Good evening, everyone. Hope y'all doing well on this fine, I almost said Tuesday, Wednesday evening. Good to see all y'all. Bimsay, Dishnet, K-Roll, Irate, Stretch and Drink, thank you very much. Hey, Brabbit, hello, Liam. Did I figure out once and for all if magic actually exists? I mean, depends. Do you consider Maya's ability to contact the dead as magic, or do you think that's more supernatural? Is supernatural considered magic, or is that its own separate thing? Yo, Chaos Deva, good to see you too. Hope you're doing well. It is Wednesday. Yeah, it'd be hump day, all right. Before we get started, I do want to mention I actually have a stupid new channel point award. It's really dumb. Y'all can force me to put on an ad. I don't know why you'd have me do that, but you could. Don't do it right now. I cannot put on an ad for the next hour. I always start off the stream with ads, so that way we can have no pre-rolls going on. But, yeah, I have a channel point reward to force me to do an ad. The only reason I have that there is because, sometimes I forget to take a break. And, like, y'all can force me to take an ad break just so I can relax for a little bit. But it also helps get rid of pre-roll ads, so if anybody who's not subscribed came into the stream, they can watch the stream immediately so they don't have to worry about ads. But like I said, you can't do it within the first hour of the stream because I already had ads play at the beginning, so yeah. I just want to know how those panties work. Listen, I would say the magic panties are stolen from a TV show, specifically a animated TV show. As we all know, all the cartoons work in Toontown, and whenever they go over to their TV studio from like Ace Attorney 1, they're filming their cartoon shorts there. So yeah, Trucy totally stole her magic panties from a cartoon character from one of the sets, and she never told anyone. Maya's abilities are definitely more supernatural. That's what I felt. Episode 4, Turnabout Succession. And that is the whole truth of this case. Mason system. Whoa! 3D! Woo! Heart rate of 82. 85. 82. 78. 80. Zero. In order to understand it myself, I had to know the story of these last 7 long years. Cards. Wait, I just realized those were 7 cards. Was that intentional? Nothing happens by chance. All is connected. Were those 7 cards intentional because 7 long years? Oh. And now, you stand ready to begin the final chapter of this story. Why do I feel like I'm running into Code Lyoko? No, cute girl dying! Will the defendant be found guilty or innocent? The decision is yours. You're back? What are you doing here? What's your name again? I know your last name's Gavin. So you ended up buying the original Ace Attorney trilogy. It was only $10. Yo, that's awesome, Nameless. I hope you enjoy them. I love the original trilogy. Give a random Sakurai fact about Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney. Well, as you all know, Sakurai is the developer of every single video game of all time. So when he was asked to help out with Apollo Justice, he was all like, okay, if I'm going to work on this game, I want to focus on my latest interest that is close form magic, because he recently watched Ant-Man and the Wasp, and he was like, yo, close range magic. He's like, okay, the assistant has to be a cute magician girl, and I want one of the cases to be all about magic. And then everyone on Capcom staff is like, but we were more of a supernatural game. It's like, Sakurai's all like, okay, then we have to get rid of Maya. Okay, so Maya's gone with no explainable reason. And you know what? Let's ditch the entire cast while we're at it. And then Capcom's like, is it a really good idea to get rid of Phoenix? It's like, it's fine. Don't worry about it. No one's going to miss him. And when people found out that Phoenix wasn't going to be... when they found out Phoenix wasn't going to be the main character,
Thank you! Feel the power of my Magive Fivic.
Fivic. Thank you so much for 55 months, Bermsai. Appreciate the Prime Gaming sub. But yeah, so when they found out Capcom was angry at Sakura, and Sakura's like, okay, I get it. Calm your titty. We'll just make Phoenix a supporting character. No one's going to be mad. I'll just replace the supporting character with Phoenix. No one's going to question why Phoenix is suddenly acting different. Phoenix had no character. He was the audience stand-in. Who's going to notice? Everybody noticed. But yeah, there's your Sakurai fact. So we're going by Roger Rabbit rules. Does that mean Trucy also has to be a comedian for her magic to work properly? I mean, why do you think she's always dishing out those one-liners? This is actually a Xana plot limit. We gotta get Aelita to Lyoko ASAP. True. Right, Christoph Gavin. Thank you, Dishnet. You played the original trilogy years ago, but it's been long enough for you to replay it without knowing the specifics of the case. That's basically going to be me whenever I go through Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice again. I remember the results for the most part. Actually, hang on, let me think about this here. I know who the killer is in the first case of Spirit of Justice. I don't remember who the villain was for Spirit of Justice at the last case, actually. Huh. Well, I'll worry about that later. As of September, every Ace Attorney game, except the crossover related, is now on modern consoles. Yeah! I really can't wait, because that means we're going to get a localization of Investigations too, which is really awesome. I noticed that a lot of people were freaking out because that means they can't use the fans' translation names anymore. And everyone's like, how am I supposed to get used to it? I actually briefly debated on playing the fan translation and Investigations 2 first, but Bermside convinced me just go in without any preconceptions for the names. And you know what? It'll be even funnier when everyone in chat is screaming their original fan translated names, and I'm like, I'm good. You're in the prison now. Your stream was like 2 minutes behind. Oh, that's weird. Well, that's good. No Milo, Larry, no Edward. Do we get anyone? No. At least Old Bag's not here? Nah. Hang on, there's just a lot of chat to go through. Edgeworth is having an eye exam right now. Hobo Phoenix is a good boy. I've done the first 2 games, but remember stopping on case 2 of Trials and Tribulations. Trials and Tribulations might be my favorite of the trilogy, if I were to say it, I think. I think you'll remember the result when you see the cast, probably. Don't you not want to think about plot stuff for Ace Attorney 5 and 6? I mean, I already played it, so it really can't be helped. I am definitely going to be playing them. Conflicted on whether you want to play the right trilogy all over again or just get Trials and... I mean, if you remember the original first 2 games, just go into Trials and Tribulations. Nothing wrong with that in the way of Ace Attorney 7. Fanbase is having a meltdown over use this winter. Apparently, this isn't the first time the Ace Attorney fandom was fretting over translations. Someone dug up old foreign conversations about Apollo's name when he was revealed. The more things change, the more things they stay the same. Did people not like Apollo's name? Was Trials and Tribulations? That was the 3rd game. Justice for All was 2. Should we have named him Just in Case? That is such a terrible name. Why would you name him Just in Case? That is so terrible, but it's so funny. What was I gonna say? But yeah, like, let me give you guys a bit of a projection of the upcoming Ace Attorney games on how I'm going to handle it. I do Ace Attorney games once per year, mostly because, like, I don't want to do them too often because, like, I feel like people get burnt out on them, and also I don't want to burn myself out on them. But not only just that, it also gives time for Capcom to put out more Ace Attorney games. Like, hopefully we'll get Ace Attorney 7 eventually. But since I am doing it once per year, unless something happens, I'm going to be doing Investigations in 2025. 2026 will be Investigations 2. I'll do Dual Destinies in 2027, Spirit of Justice in 2028, and the entirety of Great Ace Attorney 1 and 2 in 2009. I got my future schedule set up for the next 5 years. Yay. Hopefully Capcom will put out Ace Attorney 7 by then. Did I say 2009? I meant 2029. There was a fake leak that this was his name, just in case. That's so good. My younger brother played Great Ace Attorney 1 via fan translation, and then Great Ace Attorney 2 via official translation. Having the name swap between games fucked with him terribly. Why, you know, like Sherlock Holmes? I mean, not Sherlock. Herlock Shlomes? Herlock Shlomes, exactly. Investigations is good timing. No need to bust out the 3DS for that one. Thank God for that. You're going back in time before Ace... Yes, exactly. 2009, it will be Great Ace Attorney. Okay, little do you guys know, I actually have a time machine. God, I wish. Phoenix Wright isn't really a pun, nor is Miles Edgeworth. Manfred von Karma, to your knowledge. Von Karma, it's mostly just karma. You're fine with main characters being exempt for the pun name thing? Mostly, yeah. I mean, it's still a pun. It's mostly just like a reference to their last names more than anything. You know, Wright. I don't know about Edgeworth. Justice. Yeah, characters are just named after themes. They're not really puns, exactly. Anyway, October 7th, 10:37 a.m., Write Anything Agency. Hey, Apollo, look! On TV, look! Yeah, kinda busy. Whoa, look at that! He's the last Grammary. Alright, amazing. Apollo, you should be watching this! Ow, 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 what? What? I was writing about our last case in my journal. Apollo has a journal? Lawyers are supposed to write things in records, Apollo, not journals. And why now? That case was well, we have a time frame, 3 months ago. Hey, it's a long story with a lot of annoying contrivances where people want to keep lying to me. I did a lot, you know. I want to vacuum pack the feel of the moment for later. Right now, I'm wowing the crowd by figuring out how Le Miroir disappeared. Ah, I see. You're one of those type of lawyers. There's puns with your names, but they just don't feel as forced as just in case. Edgeworth because he gets the edge over a lot of others. Yeah, that sounds about right, Silver. Edgeworth because of what he does every time Phoenix walks in. Thank you, Nameless. You remember how much you love Trucy's theme? Trucy's theme's good. Have I ever showed you that remix I played during one of my streams? Apollo's theme is your favorite song in the series, by the way. Which one's Apollo's theme? Is it the one that, like, beginning of a new era or something like that? Because I like that one a lot if that is his theme. That's right, Uncle Valen did that illusion too. But you're missing him on TV right now. I was just getting to the good part. I suppose I could watch a little TV with her. After all, her father's expecting me to look after her while he's away. What you're now seeing is a rehearsal from the greatest magic show on Earth. Starring Hugh Jackman. Happening right here at our very own Sunshine Coliseum. The Sunshine Coliseum? Hey, that's where the Gavineers concert was. Wait a second. Is the Gavineers a pun on Gavin and Winners? Is that the joke? That's the X41, gotcha. By the way, Edgeworth's name has sword in it. Eustace's has bow, and Eddie has shield in Japanese. The official Ace Attorney investigations to remove the imagery except Edgeworth. Makes sense. I thought The Greatest Showman was pretty good. I haven't watched that movie, but I heard it was pretty alright. A new era begins. Gotcha. Only 3 more days until the miracles happen here, right before your unbelieving eyes. The legendary troupe Gramarye is performing for the first time in 7 years. Hello, pretty lady. You're pretty cute. Is that Trucy's mom? That's gonna be great! I'm so there! You and Daddy are coming too. The legendary Gramarys. If Trucy's real father were still alive, he'd be on that stage performing miracles. I got the tickets and everything! Magic show! Yeah! Surly is a- oh my god. Yo! That's so clever! I like how the logo on the left side of the ticket is supposed to make the face with the silk hat, but I think it's also made using like a Japanese character. I can't tell if it's kanji or katakana or something like that. Man, my weeb is showing really hard right now, guys. But yeah, I like how it's actually using like that's Japanese character. Does anybody know what it says? Magic show, Valen Gramarye on stage. Place Sunshine Coliseum. Doors open at 10 o'clock something. AM, PM, who knows? Jesus, this ticket was $70. How did you guys afford that? I think this lady is a walking spoiler, and I would appreciate chat keeping it on the down low. Here's yours, Apollo. Ticket to the premiere showing of A Grand Illusion by the magician Valiant Gramarye. What do you mean, a grand illusion? Who the hell pays $70 for one magic trick? I paid for a whole show. Ah, there you are, working hard or hardly working. Hey, how have you been? Hi there, stranger. Not exactly the kind of greeting I want to hear from my own kid. Though he has been gone a long time. How goes it, Trucy? Here, I got a present for you. Aww, good dad, Phoenix. Always bring your kids presents back from a trip. Yay, pudding! I love pudding. Ooh, it's farm fresh. Straight from the nipple of a cow. $70 is extremely expensive for Phoenix, right? That's what I'm saying. And I agree, Dish. It depends on the trick. I mean, if it's like a trick that lasts several hours, sure. But if the trick only lasts like 10 freaking minutes, I want my money back. And not just one pudding, but 3 whole cups. I'll have to pace myself. Well, I'm beat. That's right, Daddy. You're on a top secret mission. You've got to take it easy with the secrets, you know. So, Phoenix is now a secret agent for MI6. Got it. How right you are. So, you still can't tell us what your mission is? Maybe it is time. It has something to do with you anyway. What? With me? Oh, maybe you're getting a top secret mission too. Maybe you can be one of those guise. What do you mean by guise? A spy! Oh my god, is Phoenix actually James Bond? I can't just be a defense attorney? To be honest, telling you about the mission was my whole reason for coming here today. What? Tell me, you've heard of the jurist system, yes? The jurist system? That's right, the new legal system everyone's talking about. As in, like, having a Wait, are we finally getting a jury? Yo, let's go! We finally got a jury! Woo! Oh god, I hope it's not like Phoenix Wright versus Professor Layton jury. That, actually, well, they're kind of like witnesses rather than a jury, but even then. And then in Ace Attorney 5, I'll be real, I actually don't remember what Ace Attorney 5 was like in regards to that, so we'll see how that goes for me. You get paid $40 a day for jury duty. Yay! Have you heard of it, Apollo? Huh? Maybe. Maybe not as many people are talking about it as I thought. The jurist system, huh? Well, normally I would be asking about that, but hey, maybe we have some new dialogue from examining this stuff here. I can't believe you're using this cutting a person apart box as shelf space. Well, that's one way to describe it. You know, I used that trick on stage the other night. Imagine my surprise when I pulled one of my shirts out of the box. You should really examine your props before the show. God, is it bad I'm imagining a Trucy reaching in and pulling out her bra? I would be very upset about that. That hat, is that a spare? It looks exactly like the one you always wear. That's the first rule of a professional, be prepared. You know, I put it on the other day, and this strange white substance... So anyway, let's go to a more wholesome game. Yeah, let's spray white stuff in Splatoon. No, that doesn't help. Let's get our sweat on in Ring Fit. No, that doesn't help either. You know what? All these games are lewd. And this strange white substance fell all over me. It was like magic. It took until Great Ace Attorney for a decent jury mechanic. Or like fingerprint powder. Hi Charlie, how you doing, buddy? The plant intrigues you, doesn't it? Phoenix? Why do you have to phrase it like that? Not really, it's just the only thing in here that doesn't have some secret function. No secrets, but lots of memories. Aww. And a name too, wanna hear it? Not really. Apollo, you will give Mr. Charlie all the respect. His name is Charlie, with an L-E-Y rather than L-I-E, if you were curious. Really, I wasn't. I was! Those legal books were left by my mentor. Too bad I gave up the practice before reading them. Phoenix, are you kidding me? You spent all those years as a freaking defense attorney, and you haven't gotten around to reading those freaking law books. Are you kidding me, my man? Charlie, but it's about Charlet. There's quite a few magic books in there too, you know. Those would be Trucy's. She'll remember they're there eventually, I'm sure. For a moment, I thought Mr. Wright might do magic too. A scary thought. Oh, careful there, Apollo. A lot of people run into that table, you know. Why, some client knocked the pot clean over the other day. Why not get a more sturdy table? Maybe the table is partially to blame. There's no maybe to this. That thing is a death trap? Hey guys, you want to get third-degree burns? No one's practicing the piano as usual. Even calling him a pianist is an insult to pianists everywhere. Okay, Apollo, I'm gonna guess what you're thinking right now. Huh? What? Was I making a funny face or something? Ah, I'm so hungry. I'm right. Of course I am. There's no of course about it, you guessed wrong. Besides, that's not what I'm thinking. It's what you're thinking. How did you know that? The assistants are always hungry. Somewhere Kaede Atamasu is crying. You read my mind, Apollo. At least you've got that pudding. That's right. Try not to eat my share, will you? Oh, Apollo wants pudding too? How are you gonna split the third cup? You know what? Actually, do you think Phoenix would eat the third cup, or do you think he'd be nice enough to give it to Trucy? I feel like he'd give it to Trucy. That magician in the photo, is that your... My real daddy, yep, Zach Gregory. He disappeared when I was little. I hung that up there so I wouldn't forget what he looked like. Did daddy go out for a pack of smokes and never come back, Trucy? I see. She's smiling, but I bet that smile doesn't go very deep. Aww. Poor Trucy. Head pats for Trucy. A plate of plastic spaghetti for displaying in a shop. Where the heck does she get this stuff? Want to have a go at that ring, Apollo? No, I was just touching it. Come on, there's no need to be shy. Just slip it on. There. What do you mean, youch? How thin is the ring? Is Apollo just like big and like the ring just like crushed his neck or something? You're way too tense. You gotta loosen up there. How thin is that ring? The human body wasn't meant to bend like that. What do you mean bend? Whatever. So, Daddy, what's this jury system thing? Well, Trucy, do you know what a jury is? I've heard of it. Isn't that those people who sit in courts in those old courtroom dramas? The ones who get to decide if a guy's innocent or guilty? Do you know, Apollo? Only from TV. I'm glad that we established this is an alternate universe because, man, can you imagine if there was no jury system in the United States? I mean, some of y'all are probably happy about that since no jury duty, but still. It's 12 people chosen from the community, right? 12 angry men. Well, they're thinking about reviving that system. They're calling the new system the Juris system. It is based off of Japan's legal system. I know, Private Butter. You bought it for her, so yeah. You also want to get milk and bread. Fun fact, speaking of the Juris system, the game, in this case in particular, was a way to implement Japan's new lay judge system, which is coming to being in 2007. It was also a collaboration with the Japanese Ministry of Justice for promoting the game, and there was a presentation of the game at the ministry's head office due to inclusion of the lay judge system. Yo, that's awesome! You get to exempt yourself from jury duty every time, lucky bastard. Oh, I never heard, like, no, I had never heard about that before, Dishnet, but that's actually really cool. It's a necessary suck that you dodge a few times because of the pandemic. Yay. No more doing whatever you like, Your Honor. Not quite that harsh. The jurors cooperate with the judge. They help analyze the case from different angles. And there will be only 6 of them under the current proposal, right? Wow, you know your stuff, Apollo. Their findings directly affect the verdict. Hopefully people will start taking the courts a little more seriously now. I feel like I'm on some kind of educational TV show. Starring Dr. Wright. Dr. Wright, his assistant Trucy, and mascot Apollo, the perfect team. Why am I the mascot? Mascot, hey! As the story goes, Shu Takumi went to the ministry personally to deliver the presentation, and was told that police were not sloppy at conducting investigations as the game were betrayed. I mean, obviously. Imagine how much further backed up the courts would be if a case could be face delays because one side's lawyer was called for jury duty. So, what is this secret mission? The juris system is my mission, more or less. Anyway, keep in mind that new ideas like this system are always risky, Apollo. Too true. Everyone's got an opinion and they just talk and nothing gets decided. Kinda like you, Apollo. I hope I never get called up for jury duty, guys. I'm not that bad, am I? In any case, we're going to give it a shot. A test, if you will. I don't like tests. We'll take a case as a sample and choose 6 jurists. I'll be the one helping with that process, incidentally. Helping how? Well, for one, I'll be chair of the Juris System Simulated Court Committee. The chair constructs the ideal situation, choosing the case, the jurist candidates, even a judge in the courtroom. Uh-huh. Wow, it's like you have a real job. I'll be real. Like, I thankfully have never been summoned. Like, I've only had them say, oh, you're potentially going to get jury duty. So they said clear your schedule, but they never summoned me, I think. And then the next time they make you sit for like 4 days in a row because they couldn't find a case to sit you in. They didn't need you for the whole proceeding, so it's only for an afternoon. That's good. I was never that good at the piano, to be honest. Once a lawyer, always a lawyer, I guess. The trial's tomorrow, by the way. Don't miss it. The trial simulation, that is. Man, I can't wait for the trial simulation to turn out to be a real trial. Yeah, I've gotten to notice once so far. I've never been called in yet. A simulation, huh? Sounds interesting. So what kind of case is the trial simulation about? Well, since it's the first run-through for a new system, I want something simple. Good thinking. No sense worrying yourself out on something too serious. True, the case is a murder. Yeah! Basic! Murder! If you recall correctly, in parts of all the US, a judge can be called for jury duty. You heard a Supreme Court justice was called once? That's really funny! With your job as a journalist, you could probably get out of jury duty easily. Can I say I'm a streamer and get out of it? Can I just say I'm a famous streamer and therefore get out of it? That works, right? That's not simple at all. By simple, did you mean that the defendant is... guilty? Yes, most likely. So, good luck, Apollo. With what? With the trial tomorrow. You're defending, of course. Recall that I said I had something to do with you. Go for it, Apollo. It's just a test case anyway, no sweat. Yeah, but there's still a verdict to be decided. And a potentially serious sentence, the most serious. In a worst case scenario. You mean the verdict's for real? That's not a test trial, that's a real trial! All the forms have been filed, there's no turning back. What do you mean? Yeah, that's what I thought, this is a real trial! I'm kinda annoyed apartment inspections got you out of jury duty last year. You would have liked the chunk of change you would have gotten. I mean, if you want the money for it, sure. I personally would not want to waste my time. I don't know. Anybody want to help me make $40 literally right now? Got summoned twice. Both times you didn't even need to go to the courthouse just to stand by for the entire week. Yeah, that's pretty much what I had to do. In regions where there are exceptions, there's usually a list of, if you have these jobs, you're exempt. Otherwise, it depends on whether or not both lawyers agree to have you involved. Here in Ontario, jobs like surgeons are exempt also. When is Twitch streamer going to be exempt? The trial begins tomorrow at 10 a.m. Hope you can make room in your schedule. Why am I only hearing about this now? Ah, yes, there was a change this morning. I picked a new case. Eh? Something that happened last night. Hey, Apollo, I know you're all excited about that secret mission, but what about this? The Troop Grammary Grand Magic Show. Oh, right, the card tricks. They're not card tricks! They're grand illusions! Miracles! The apocalypse! The heaven and earth! So what? That's 3 whole days from now. It's at Sunshine Coliseum! Let's go! Let's go today! We can say hi to Uncle Valent! Have fun. What? I can't go by myself? You know I'm not very outgoing. Do we know what the birthdays are for the Ace Attorney characters? I assume we do by now, right? We actually don't know the birthdays of the Ace Attorney characters? I stand corrected. We have estimated, but only 3 characters have set birthdays. Who's the 3 characters? I assume Trucy is not a summer child, considering the last case was in July and it's 3 months later. And she's still 15. Maybe she has a October, November, December birthday, I guess. If you ever get jury duty, you're planning to claim you're terribly racist and pray they send you home immediately. I forget what Burnside told me, but I remember Burnside once told me, always say that you do not like the police. I think that was the thing that Burnside told me I should say if they ever interview me. Rafa, a character from Great Ace Attorney who is a real person, and a minor character for investigations. Right, because Rafa's birthday was Christmas Eve, which everyone memes about. What? I can't go by myself. You know I'm not very outgoing. Oh yeah, tell them about jury nullification. Yeah, Burnside also told me about that. I think it was like jury nullification is where you can overturn the law if you think the law is being injustice. Or like unjust, rather. Yo, Peter! Can we get a shout out for Peter? They were streaming 3 houses earlier. Yeah, so like without saying what jury nullification is, just say you know about it. Like, basically, you can overturn the law if you don't like it. Juries can ignore the law, yes. People in the profession hate that. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So, like, yeah, just keep that in mind, and hopefully they'll kick you out. Why not go with her? But what about the secret mission? There's been cases of people using Ouija boards to come to a verdict. What? That's... Actually, no, I think you told me about that one. Didn't you tell me there was once a case about Ghostbusters? Like something had to do with ghosts, so they call it the Ghostbusters case? Yeah, this is a real thing, by the way. Like, Burnside actually studied this in school and he told me about it. Juries are largely unsupervised and we're not allowed to use that info as a basis to complain. Oh, don't worry about it. You'll hear all about it tomorrow regardless. I don't trust that smile. He knows something that he's not telling me. Yippee! Now you can take me to the Coliseum! I suppose it wouldn't kill me to pop over there. Gramarye. That reminds me. What's this, Daddy? Isn't that still Cat the Gramarye seal? Consider it a birthday present, Trucy. Thanks, it's great. But today isn't my birthday. There was a case where a house, if you recall correctly, in New Jersey was declared legally haunted. Again? I freaking love the stories that Burmside tell me about it. In the ruling, the judge asked for the inspection. Who you gonna call? Let's go! I'm always reminded of Uncle Ruckus from the Boondocks bringing a noose to hang a black man accused of shooting two white women with a rifle from yards away. He wasn't buying the I'm blind excuse. Shout outs to Boondocks, everybody. The house was advertised for years as haunted and wasn't disclosed to the buyers. They were allowed to get out of the purchase. Yo, that's wild. What day is today, Apollo? Huh? Today? I think it's Recycle Your Plastics Day, so it's a Thursday. Then it's Recycle Your Plastics present. Yippee! So it's plastic! I've given up trying to understand them. It's much easier that way. So what is this? Can I open it, Daddy? That is the most serious face Phoenix has made in this game. No. Huh? You'll need that envelope someday. Someday soon. Don't open it until then. Well, why didn't you just hold on to it until then? Because that would be the logical thing to do. Envelope from Mr. Right. Do not open until the right time. An envelope about the Gramarys, huh? You know what? Let's take a look at our court record, actually. A ticket to a premiere showing A Grand Illusion by the magician Valiant. Or Valant. Are you ready, Apollo? Ready for what? For what? For the true Gramarye's Grand Magic Show. It's not like I'm getting up on stage or anything. What are you talking about, Apollo? You can't enjoy magic if you're not part of what's going on up on stage. I'll lend you my spare costume if you need one. Okay, please tell me that someone drew artwork of Apollo dressed as a magician. I would absolutely love to see that. That really cost $70? Yeah, we saw that earlier. It's a $70 ticket. I mean, to be fair, they live in California. Tickets are pretty expensive in California and New York. Huh? You mean I can't go in this? No! Doesn't get more straightforward than that. Looky here, a handwritten signature. It says, I can't read it. Clearly you gotta flip it upside down and it'll say CM. Artwork of what? I'd like to see Apollo dressed as a magician. I think it'd be cute. There is lots of artwork of it? Good. Phoenix gave Apollo his invitation to Smash. Apollo Justice brings the justice! That seems odd to me. I mean, isn't a signature intended to show ownership? What's the use if no one can read it? Isn't it enough if you can read your own? Oh, I never thought of it that way. Man, if Phoenix doesn't get into the next Smash game, I am going to be so upset. Oh my god, they got CM Punk to sign this. Yes. Disney tickets are like $250 a person. For the kids, I say $120, and like, what the heck? That's Disney for you. Listen, I go to Disney like once every 5-7 years. I just have a good time. Alright, so what case are you going to use? You really want to know, don't you? Of course I do! I mean, I'm going to be defending, aren't I? If all goes well, then yes, of course this is just a test. We wanted everyone to start without preconceptions, a blank slate as it were. There's a difference between having a blank slate and just being totally clueless. Yeah, I'm gonna be real. This case is a little stupid. Like, if this is going to be a real murder trial and I'm going to be defending someone, I feel like this is really, really stacked against the defendant if you don't know anything about the case going in. This is the most rigged kangaroo court I have ever seen. Whose dumb idea was that anyway? Well, mine, committee chair, remember? Phoenix, you're a moron. Oh, well, if you want to know that badly, I suppose I could give you a permission to examine the scene of the crime. Good, that's better. But you can't talk to anyone involved with the case. What? Then how am I supposed to defend? You let me worry about the details there. What do you mean? Burmside, do I need to know about anything that's even more unfortunate about this that I haven't even thought of? Remember, I'm in charge of this trial, all of it. But you don't want it to backfire, do you? Apollo, if I'm in charge of the whole trial, that means the entire affair is my responsibility, for good or for bad. What's the context? The fact that we're not allowed to know anything about the trial going into it? And it's a real freaking trial with a real defendant with a real verdict to be delivered? Just do what you can. Yeah, sure, Papa. Okay, so it's already pretty obvious this is really bad. What are you doing, Phoenix? And don't worry, I know what you're doing. Do you? All right. I wouldn't trust this, Apollo. I'd recommend going down to the detention center. Your client's waiting for you. You can ask about the scene there. But you just said I couldn't talk to anyone involved. Oh, you can talk to your client. If you can get her to talk. Well, time's a wasting. Well, at least we know our client is a girl. Girls are always cute. I can't tell if I want to go to detention center or Sunshine Coliseum first. We'll go by list order. Detention center. October 7th. Oh yeah, it is October 7th. Okay, so Trucy's birthday has to be like sometime after this, so no, halfway into October, November, or December. Yeah, something around that time period. Or maybe she's already turned 15 back in January. I didn't consider that. That's 20 minutes we've been waiting here. 20 minutes! Maybe I should complain. I'm sure that guard has better things to do than stand there pretending he doesn't see us. You know, the minute we get angry, the client will show. It always works that way. Like shouting, "A waiter!" and then they're standing right behind you. Oh, guard! Is our client gonna be much longer? What are you talking about? Haven't you already started meeting yet? Cute! She's cute! But where'd you come from? Yo! Who's this cutie? Look at her! She's peeking out like a freaking Tony Chopper. Let's go! Well, anyway, please have a seat. Oh, she's so cute. Oh, I love her hair, her little like handkerchief head, what would you call this? I don't know, headband, whatever. Bandana, handkerchief, bonnet, something like that. Hang on, let me catch up on chat really quick. You think this is something? You think this is bad, but this is chicanery? Here's done worse, that billboard. Okay, thank you, Maniacal. Birthday for Trucy is estimated December 21st, 2010 to April 16th, 2011. Okay, makes sense. Trucy, that guard has been standing in the same spot for 70 years. I think he's dead. 10 years at this point? Oh my god. Yo, Sagami, limit is a sip. Ha ha. They see what woman they go. Eee! Her cute blank dead eyes? Listen, that kind of adds to it, honestly. I'm nervous, Apollo. It's the silence. It builds suspense. Why don't you do something, Trucy? You're a magician, aren't you? That's right! Okay! Yeah, Mr. Hat, let's go! I'm the amazing Mr. Hat! She passed out! Miss Magic Underwear might have been a better bet. That's magic panties, Apollo. Yes, this totally makes me feel so much better. Thank you, game. The security camera stares down from the ceiling, all-seeing, unblinking. Not that I'm nervous or anything. The same old security guard is glaring at us. He winked. No, see, got it. He's still alive. He winked at us. Unless it's like, I don't know, like an involuntary post-mortem spasm or something like that. Woo! Atlas Trucy is cute. Listen, Trucy's just cute in general. Maybe he's not such a bad guy after all. Hi. Well, I'm your defense. I really think it has to be Faith, you know? Am I asking her out? Because I am A-okay with that.
Beat him up!
Yo! Raid from Jarsis! How's Dragon Quest VIII? Hi everyone from Jarsis Stream. I'm No Limit. I'm a variety streamer that plays with games that they never played before. We're currently doing the 4th and final case of Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney. Never played the game before. Dragon Quest VIII is going well. I'm pretty sure hitting on your client would get you disbarred immediately. Oh, I'm sure. Firmside can probably confirm for that. Dragon Quest VIII is going well. Nice. But yeah, if you gotta take care of any post-stream stuff, get some rest, or do what you gotta do, go right ahead. Well, alright. Hang on a second. Let's get that going. Genie! Genius, let's come on out. Spin those wheels. We got an important question for you now. Midnight Twilight asks, will Limit figure out the case before the court starts? And the answer is... yeah. Let's just say my girl Jeannie has no faith in me. She knows I'm too busy getting distracted by cute girls to be able to focus on the case at hand. All right, thanks, Genie. Much appreciated, girl. Real clown hours, basically Midna. And by fate, I mean destiny! Why am I flirting with her? Do you know I'm good with astrology? Tell me, what's your sign? Oh my god! Why is Apollo flirting so hard with her? That should be my job. I can tell you mine if you like, Apollo. Get back to me when you're 18, Trucy. No, never mind. I just got carried away there. I seem destined to get difficult clients, it seems. So, what's your name? Oh, right, I'm supposed to introduce myself first. I'm Apollo, Apollo Justice. And I'm Chissy Wright. I know, this is getting nowhere fast. Donkey! Hey, I know, maybe you can tell us what happened. I'm your defense attorney after all. Anything out of the ordinary happened? Well, the other day, this tourist from out of town stopped to ask me directions. Later, Trucy. I feel like I need to ask directions myself here. Well, that was fruitless. Do I even have her in the court record? Not even that. Though I think I understand that despair a little better now. You did good, Apollo. Is she presenting us a sex toy? I'm just saying, like, some people can totally use this for their own business. Is she inviting me? I'm not gonna decline. Trucy's trying so hard to help. She's trying to make small talk. It's all good. Look, she's doing her nails. Yeah. What? Are nails more important than defense? Is that it? Thank you for the bonks, Dishnet. I will say this, I am thinking of getting a new bonk emote. I just can't tell if I want it to be an animated emote or a static emote. What do you guys think about that? Oh, it's time to drink and stretch. Thanks for a reminder, chat. Wait, I'm drinking literally nothing. Hang on. I need to get my botchan in here. Botchan! Water! Thank you! I mean, Natalie is 100% going to be doing the bonking. I just don't know how it's going to look is the issue. Let's go, Trucy. I can't help but feel that hand is going to be super relevant in the future. Excuse me? Oh. Could you read this? Sure. Ah, she's hiding again! Ah, what a cutie. I feel like a teenager on a first date. And this is the love letter we pass from desk to desk at school. Okay. Stop looking so wistful and read it, Apollo. It's a business card with a name and an address. The name is Vera Misham. Vera Misham. Is that? What happens if I reverse it? Mahasim? Mahasim? Well, it's not backwards. Unless it's an anagram, but I'm not very good at anagrams. Mishima, Kazuya's new daughter. Oh boy, a second daughter. I'm sure this is some kind of pun. I'm just not picking up on it. Oh, sorry. I was thinking of Heihachi. No, yeah, I mean like another Mishima. The address is for Drew Studio. Name is currently a spoiler. No spoilers, please. Thank you. But thanks for the heads up on that, Bermsai. And you're giving me this card because... Oh, her name is Vera. Okay. And that's all I needed to know. Thank you, game. Well, looks like we're finished here. The pun can contain spoilers. Yeah, let's avoid explaining the pun until later then. Yeah, I'm referring to Reina. I meant Heihachi. I don't know why I thought Kazuya. I wonder if Drew Studio is the scene of the crime. Ha! How much you want to bet Drew is a pun on drawing? Let's go find out. Reina is Jin's aunt. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Since she is a daughter of Heihachi, that means she's the sister to Kazuya. Reina's younger than Jin? That's hilarious! Yeah, like Jotaro and Josuke in Part 4 JoJo. Fair. October 7th, Drew Studio. I don't know why, but this puffer fish is very entrancing to me. I like it. Ooh! Is that a real Van Gogh in the back over there? That looks like a Van Gogh if you ask me. Wow, this looks like, it looks like a studio. It's like life imitating art. Or maybe it's the other way around. But the tape on the ground there, it's a bit jarring. Yeah, looks like we found our crime scene. Then what happened to Mr. Puff? She doesn't like talking about it. Hey, don't touch those. Harada said there are many kids that Heihachi doesn't know about. Man, Heihachi just like banged all over the place, didn't he? The Misha family tree is effed up, not as much as Tree and Fire Emblem Fates, but still. These Van Goghs are pricey, hot dang. How much they sell on the auction market? Oh, I'm sure, like genuine Van Goghs, I can believe it. It's okay, I'm just looking. Huh? Apollo, look at this one! Looks like half finished. You can still see the rough sketches underneath. I see a butt. But that's odd. The rough part doesn't look like the rest of the painting at all. Yeah, good point. That is odd. Obtained at Drew Studio. Only half finished. The rough sketch is still visible. All the paintings have a really different style, too. Ah, I thought I might find you two here. Emma! Can I just say Emma's theme is also super freaking cute? I love Emma's theme. Long time no see. Oh, seems like I run into you far too often. I'll bet I know why you're here too. You know about the trial simulation tomorrow? I've heard about it, sure. So Miss Wright chose you, huh? We don't even know what the case is about. Well, he was killed. The artist who owned this studio, that is. Mr. Drew Huh. So y'all think, so everyone in the game thinks that his daughter murdered him or something like that? Misham? And his daughter was put under arrest. Uh-huh. Yeah, we just saw her at the detention center. It was funny though. She seemed more like a victim than the kind of person who would commit murder. You don't say. Not even by poisoning. That's how it was done, you know. Poisoning's a common way to get the job done when the murderer is a woman. I mean, I feel like women can also hold guns. I'm just saying. Poisoning? Anyway, Miss Wright told me you'd be coming. Feel free to take a look around. I'll just be over here with my snackoos. I can't talk to anyone related to the case this time around, which means we better find out as much as we can here at the scene. Or else. She also could kill her dad, not a deal breaker. I mean, I know. I'm just saying most people are pretty good at not killing their parents. Emma, I was wondering if you could take a look at this ticket I got. Look, I'm a detective. A detective! You can't just ask me any old thing and expect an answer, okay? I think you need to be a little more focused in your inquiries. Scientific, even. Somehow I knew she'd get around to science. Godo will find this method to be classy. Ah, classy. Dying by poison. You know what's really impressive? Surviving the poison. I don't know why, but this thing totally reminds me of, like, I don't know, for some reason it kind of reminds me of Duchess from Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends. Like, you can see the lips over here, here's the head, general body shape here, Well, what do we have here? It looks like a person thinking about something. Maybe they're worried. Like, what would I have for supper? A hot dog or a hamburger? You know, I've always wondered about that. Why is there supper and dinner? Are they different meals or the same thing? Maybe that's what this person's thinking about. I thought supper was just like a British thing. Like supper is just like the British equivalent of dinner. You want a Costco hot dog? All for $1.50, everybody. You think Duchess was an artist? Creator was an artist? I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case, yeah. Is that a pufferfish? Apollo, that's clearly a porcupine fish. Man, why doesn't anyone make jokes about pufferfish versus porcupine fish? I think his concept of Duchess, I can see that. They're not the same thing. I think porcupine fish is also a valid term for pufferfish. Ah, yes, the poison. The poison used to kill Mishima. The poison chosen specifically to kill Mishima. Mishima's poison. That poison? Yes, that poison! You know what gets me? They've got all these needles, right? Well, what's protecting that soft spot on the lower belly there? Nothing! I think that was actually the weakness of the pufferfish boss from Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze. Must remember to keep Trucy away from small round fish. Apollo! Look at this painting! You can see the rough sketch. Oh, looks like it was only half complete. Huh? That's funny. Did the rough sketch and the finished painting look totally different to you? They do, actually. What's that all about? Mysterious. Poke. No clues here. Don't mind me, I'm just poking the butt. That might get me arrested, actually. That letterbox looks funny sitting inside a room like this. Let's take a look. Empty. The other half of that letterbox is actually connected to the outside of the studio. Mr. Misham would put his letters in. I keep on wanting to say Mishima. God damn it, Maniacal. And the postman took them away. Impressive that someone still writes letters in this day and age. Or wrote, rather. Imagine home mailboxes actually being used aside from Amazon or pharmacy delivery, right? Hey, there's a painting hidden back here. Hey, you're right. What if it's embarrassing somehow and he didn't want anyone to see it? Oh, come on. They just don't want to show the lewd artwork of Morrigan that they have drawn back there. Shout out to the new Marvel vs. Capcom game again, by the way, reminding everyone that Morrigan exists. If we get a new Darkstalkers game, you certainly seem pleased by the possibility. You want new Darkstalkers just for new characters? Yo, I love, like, horror movie monsters. What the? Huh, it's so normal. I think I'm more baffled by the fact that it's a recreation of the same painting we just saw. That's hardly something we get mad about. Huh? What is it, Apollo? Well, doesn't this painting look like... never mind. What do you mean, never mind? This is totally relevant to the case! Apollo, put it in the court record right now! I better get a professional opinion on this. There we go. Yes, look at the butt. Puts you in the mood for peaches, doesn't it? Hey, Apollo, this painting, I know it. Huh? Really? It's that story where the old woman is doing the wash in the river. And this giant peach comes a-floating down. Oh man, I love Dawn Brothers. Not really, I didn't really like Dawn Brothers. That might possibly be the strangest thing I have ever heard. So I assume that this is a reference to Momotaro, right? I actually don't know much about Momotaro. All I know is it involves like a peach kid or something like that, going on an adventure to fight Oni or something like that. That's the victim's coffee mug. Aha! So the poison was in here! This is my first time seeing a real poison mug of coffee. I would hope so. Poisoned coffee. Not exactly, actually. Should we add that to the coffee count? Does this count? This is clearly Pecharunt. Oh, you know what? Maybe. All right, guys. Let's see how much coffee we had this case. 96 coffees! What do you mean? No traces of poisons were found in the coffee. Have you been keeping up? Yeah, I have, Lundea. What? You'll have to figure out the rest yourself. I'm officially not on your side after all. Coffee cup, the victim's last cup of coffee. The side of the cup reads Misham. Or Misham. So, what's up with this little blue lipstick over here? Hey, look there! That stain doesn't look so healthy, Apollo. That must be the blue mountain sub we've been hearing about. Oh my god. Something tells me that even blue mountain coffee isn't this blue. No, this stain is probably... better ask Emma. Can I convince her to tell me more about it? I don't think she will. Oh, never mind, she will. Emma, about this mug. There's a pale blue, residue on the rim. Well, it's just a rumor. But I've heard there's a kind of coffee called Blue Mountain. Oh my god. I'm pretty sure it isn't actually blue, Emma. Is coffee just going to be made out of like Ecto Cooler or something? Ah, right. Okay, you got me. That's left over from my testing spray. Uh-huh. Forensic science! I knew your hobby was behind this somehow, Emma. It's not a hobby. So, what kind of scientific stuff were you up to? This spray, that's what. It turns blue when it touches poison. So, the poison that killed the victim was on this mug. The victim that was used against the victim. The victim's poison. That poison? That's right, see? It wasn't in the coffee. The killer applied it to the rim of the mug itself. Wow, science is amazing. Okay, but I assume that it's applied to both sides of the mug. What if he decided to drink the mug weird like? Like, what if the guy decided, instead of drinking it normally, like sideways, he decided to hold the mug upside, from a vertical angle where the handle is opposite from his lips, and he decides to drink it that way. People drink weirdly. You never know. It certainly is helpful. Maybe Emma'd be willing to help us out a bit more. You should try buttering her up, Apollo. They say flattery will get you everywhere. It's certainly worth talking to her a bit more. Before we do that, though, let's finish examining the room. A rim in a circle limit? Yeah! But I'm just saying, if you look at the spray, it clearly only shows, like, a tiny bit of the mug. It's not, like, the whole rim. I wouldn't mind taking a closer look at those paintings. I just love oils! You know how they're so thick? Isn't that the word? Seriously, never talk about the word thick ever again. These paints are all dry. I'm just surprised at how different these all are. Yeah, and what's going on with this half-finished one? It must have been a work in progress. You can still see the rough sketch below. That's what's so weird. The sketch part doesn't really fit the finished parts. I noticed. That is weird. That oil be thick. Ah! Apollo, that's where the body was! That's the spot where Mr. Drew Measham passed away. He put the coffee mug to his lips, and the next moment, there's quite a bit of paint on the ground. See that half-painted paint there? He must have been working on that right up to the moment that he died. Wow, a true artist to the end. Or maybe he started a year ago and was procrastinating. I imagine this coffee cup was for guests to use. Guests? Did the police already analyze this cup too? Not a trace of poison was found on that cup. So killer was after Drew Measham alone. Why is there a freaking massive science lab here? What's all this equipment for? It doesn't look very artistic, really. He had everything from a lathe to a laser cutter. Looks like he was ready to work on metals and wood too. Though his equipment's a bit old to tell the truth. Why would a painter need all this? From the dust, I'd say he hasn't used this stuff for years. This corner doesn't fit with the rest of the studio. Oh, do you think I could borrow this? I want to cut a quarter in half to make a trick coin. This is a crime scene, Trucy. But these cost like 50 bucks at the magic shop. Look at all these paints, Apollo. There's so many. He's got like 20 kinds of reds. We can repaint your suit, Apollo. How about this shade of green? I am a big fan of green. Then save your money, Trucy? Yeah, but she has to find a friggin' proper laser to slice his quarter in half. That'll be enough of that, thanks. Do you think a quarter would melt if it was put under a laser? Let's take a closer look at this desk here. Oh my god. Is the dude's hair really in the shape of a paintbrush? That's adorable. So, this is Drew Measham. And this little girl must be Vera. Yes, they took that some years ago. They looked so close. A happy little family. Until you arrested his daughter. Look, I was personally against that, okay? She just didn't seem very suspicious, scientifically speaking. Ah, yes, I too realize when someone is scientifically not very sus. Its head is like half a Heihachi. Uh-huh, right. Something about the way that figure is posed. I've seen that pose before. It's you, Apollo. See? You're making one of your flamboyant gestures. Are you calling Apollo gay? I'm okay with that, but I'm just saying. Please, I am a professional. Yeah, a professional gay. I wonder why it's posed like that. Coincidence? Oh, cute! Look at the tiny frame, Apollo! Tiny is right. That thing's barely 2 inches. What picture would fit in that? None, apparently. It's empty. There's no glass in it either. What's it doing sitting on the desk? This is a lesson for us all. Be sure to check the size when you buy frames. Limit, I just saw a curse comparison on Twitter. What did you find, Maniacal? Donkey Kong Country Returns is Nintendo's The Last of Us. I hate that's true. Hey, we also found out recently that Donkey Kong Country Returns apparently is being remastered by, the studio that made the House of the Dead remake or something like that. I didn't really read up fully on it. I just saw it was in the news channel in my server. Someone would have to give me a little more details on that. Yeah, was the remake any good? Like, do we have a frame of reference in terms of quality? Are we talking here or what? What is this picture frame? A picture frame for ants? Is this a journal? Wow, talk about a clue. Let's read it. What is it, Apollo? He didn't write the name of the killer, did he? It's new. He didn't write a single line. Ah, he had me going for a while there. Hey, Apollo, what's this feathery thingy? Isn't that a pen? Like an old-fashioned quill pen? But it doesn't have a pointy end. That was most likely for sweeping the detritus off the desk. Wow, you sure know a lot, Emma. I almost call her Irma for some reason. Yeah, Irma from TMNT, totally. They have never released something well received. Hopefully the Donkey Kong Country Returns remake is good. Also, apparently the Panzer Dragoon remake was pretty alright, according to Maniacal. Detritus. Detritus? I'm gonna say Detritus. Is it just a remaster? That's what I thought. I don't know, like, y'all tell me. The House of the Dead. Is it bad I almost read that as High School of the Dead? I'm not a degenerate, you are. The House of the Dead remake wasn't awful, but overall it wasn't well liked. Okay. There was also supposedly going to do a remake of Panzer Dragoon's sequel, but I assume it's vaporware at this point. Bold and scientific, that's my motto. Exactly what about that was bold or scientific? Very bad of you to think that. I'm sorry that I like jiggly girls. This envelope has been opened and resealed. Oh, I know how to do that. You take a pot of boiling water and hold the envelope up to the seam. The glue melts and it opens. Cool, huh? Whoever did this wasn't so delicate. You're right. Looks like they just ripped it open, stuck it back together. Huh? This postmark on this letter is from
7 years ago.
Why would someone open a letter then seal it again? I better hang on to this. At least you're honest? Listen, I am honest with my degeneracy, okay? I love me some women. Just never forget that I'm always respectful towards all women, too. Red envelope found in the victim's desk drawer appears to have been opened once and resealed. So, who's this addressed to? Drew Misham, 57 Capo Romero Drive, Somethingville, California. Apollo, look! It's been opened once here. You're right. I wonder if there's some way we can see what's inside. Should I try to get it opened and stick it back shut? Let's not tamper with the evidence, shall we? I've got a better idea. Emma, let's ask her. I am respectfully lusting. Exactly. I was like, hey, Flagra. I hope you've been enjoying these streams in which I'm just baffled about certain things. Okay, can I just say one thing I'm speculating on? Just based off some of your guys' reactions to whenever I flirt with Trucy as Apollo, something tells me these two are related in some fashion. Purely just from the way you guys act about it. What's all this equipment here for? It doesn't look very artistic, really. He had everything from a lathe to a laser cutter. Looks like he was ready to work on metals and wood, too. Though his equipment's a bit old, to tell the truth. Why would a painter need all this? From the dust, I'd say he hasn't used his stuff for years. I mean, the sip emote is probably one of my emotes I use the most. You're flirting as Apollo? Oh, I just assume you found Trucy cute. I mean, okay. I actually talked about this during the Donkey Kong Country stream, Donkey Kong Country 2 stream. When it comes to fictional characters, specifically anime characters, I find that it doesn't, like, it's one of those things, like, unless the character is clearly, visibly a child, like, say, oh, what's her name? The little dragon girl from Dragon Maid. I feel like anime girls are kind of okay territory, as weird as that sounds. It's just one of those art style decisions where anime girls look pretty mature for their age. And even then, that only applies to literally drawn animated girls. So, yeah. But yeah, unless they're like literally like an actual child like Kana, yeah, I feel like it's mostly fair game, personally speaking. It's kind of like how everyone gets horny for the Pokemon characters. Can be interesting to use secret relationship as evidence on the later Phoenix Wright game. But yeah, I kind of went into detail about it during Donkey Kong Country, too, if you guys want to go check out that series again. This corner doesn't fit with the rest of the studio. Oh, do you think I could borrow this? I want to cut a quarter in half to make a trick coin. This is a crime scene, Trucy. Oh, wait. What? I thought I selected this. It looks like there's new dialogue here, right? I feel like I need to throw up a disclaimer again that this 100% does not apply to real life girls. Very obviously do not apply this to real life girls. Real live action girls! At that, when I say fictional girls, I 100% mean drawn. I do not mean fictional, as in fictional characters, period, that would include live action girls. That gets 100% creepy. I know, I just want to throw out that disclaimer in case people weren't sure about what I was saying. I know, here's the thing. I know there's a lot of creeps online about this kind of stuff. I just want to be clear on this. I don't want people to think I'm being creepy about this, okay? That's all I'm saying, you know? Or, you know, I can just throw up an ad so I can make this a little less creepy. Yeah, so let's take a short break. I'll be right back for 3 minutes. Honestly, this gives me a good opportunity because I actually didn't eat before the stream, so I'm going to use the 3-minute break to eat. Man, it's wild to me that we've already been streaming for 1 hour and 36 minutes. Gonna stretch a drink break? Already on a K-roll. So, while everyone is distracted by the ad, let me sing the ways of how much I really, really like Mithra. Have I told you guys how much I like Mithra? She's so pretty. She also dresses really provocatively, and that's pretty nice. She also is really depressed, and that makes me relate to her because I'm also depressed. We can be depressed together in bed. And I'm really glad that no one can hear this right now. Tights or nah? You know, I will say this, I've warmed up to the tights lately. I'm, like, I think I actually like the tights, but I want her to keep the boob window. I feel like her design looks weird without the boob window, actually. Man, depression is sexy. Yeah, exactly, that's what I'm saying, Gaddy. All right, ad's done. We return! You like Melia Antiqua? Melia is very valid. I love Melia. Alright, back to it. Is this desk for painting, Apollo? That would be a drafting table. Drafting? Basically, it's a tool for making precise diagrams. Wow, painting is harder than I thought. Why would a painter need a drafting table? Was he an architect too? I mean, what are you talking about? Like, painters also need, like, to draw out what they want the painting to look like before they apply the paint. Do you know how expensive paint is, guys? No depression, only love? Yeah, but we share in the depression to create that love, Chaos. Embrace the sadness so you can become happier later. That's the beautiful thing of sharing your feelings with each other. Don't hide away your feelings. Express your, like, even if it's like feelings of sadness, be honest with yourself with them, and then you can grow from it so you can feel happier in the long run. That's what I like to believe. Drafting tables give you PTSD? What's wrong? Like, what's wrong with them, Chaos? They don't usually use drafting tables to make their drawings, though. That is valid. Having just been in the arts and crafts store to buy some drawing supplies? Yes. Yes, I know how expensive they can get. Mm-hmm. And it looks like I'm out of stuff to examine here. All right, let's go meet up with Emma. So, Emma, what do you think about this envelope? Emma, about this. Oh, that, yeah, yes, like, that's a bright red envelope. Emma, did you open this? She sure is jumpy. Someone opened this, didn't they? My lips are sealed. My full kissable lips. God, Emma is actually very pretty. I'm sorry, guys, but if I could date someone, I would absolutely date Emma. I love her so much. Your lips are sealed. That's a first. And thankfully, she's 25. You mean, you know what's inside the envelope? Sure, I read it after all. Ah! You mean you were the one who ripped this open? Ah, please, I would have steamed it open. But she did sneak a peek at it, apparently. Oh, look at that smile. That was the cute-ass smile. Which do you prefer, Emma or Maya? Okay, are we talking about character or are we talking about dateability? In terms of dateability, absolutely Emma. I see Maya more as a little sister character to me. It's kind of like, you know how a lot of people, want to date Futaba from Persona 5? That don't work for me. I see Futaba too much as a little sister character to me. I cannot date her. She's a great character. Emma's a great character. But not in a dating sense, you know? I think Maya is a better character, though. Better than Emma. My problem with drafting tables, one, you have a little background in architecture, so you worked with them a little. Now it's more digital, but it takes a lot of time to make drawings with. But second, every time you worked with the drafting table, they break on you. Jeez, really? The line across that drafting table were always loose and broke. Oh. I hope you're alright, Chaos. Hopefully nothing lasting. You would take Maya out for delicious ramen burgers. You know, I've seen ramen burgers before, and I actually kind of want to try them. Know that I have a powerful weapon on my side. Weapon? Yes, the use of tools. Highly specialized tools for information gathering. This looks like a copy machine. Tools I wouldn't mind getting my hands on. You should try flattering her, Apollo. They say a little praise can open big doors. Never heard that one, but it's good advice. Let's try talking to her some more. So, this, Drew Measham was some kind of artist? Apparently. Did a lot of illustrations for books, I hear. Had a lot of female fans, too, for what it's worth. I wonder how old he was. 52 years old! Painter known for his illustrations. Oh, well, I guess his stuff is kind of pretty. Like that oil painting over there, for instance. Yeah, that wasn't one of his illustrations, actually. Huh? So it was a standalone painting or something? Is that what she means? He was an odd bird, Measham. Hadn't shown his face to anyone until the end. What do you mean, to anyone? He was always locked up here in this studio, apparently. His only connection to the outside world was through letters he put in that letterbox there. Kinda reminds me of the creator of Calvin and Hobbes. Letters? Do people still write letters? What do you mean, Apollo? I mean, when was the last time you wrote a real letter? I mean, I get Christmas cards from a bunch of friends. I get Christmas cards from Rosie. I get Christmas cards from Dirt Dog. Don't most people use email and stuff these days? Not those two. Not Mr. Measham. Couldn't stand technology, it seems. Ah, Luddite. He did everything by mail. Maybe he thought that way was more artistic, you know? Letterbox. Drew Measham's contact with the outside world.
It's empty.
In any case, the only person beside him allowed in here was his daughter, Vera. I'm sorry, guys, but I just love how many cuties are in this case now. Oh, you mean the killer? Juicy, for the love of God. The suspect, please. We took some fingerprints, of course. The only ones found in the room were Mr. Measham's and Vera's, basically. Basically? Actually, last night, Mr. Measham gave an interview to a reporter for the first time. Huh. It happened during the interview, apparently. His first interview ever? Could you tell us a bit more about what happened the night of the murder? Like I said, last night was the first time someone from the outside came into this studio. I guess mysterious painters who never go outside make for good articles. And it just so happened that he died the night of his first interview? At around 9 p.m. every night, Vera always made him a cup of coffee. Guys, I figured out the case. The clue! A clue! A clue! Guys, I think we just figured out Blue's Clues. We just figured out Blue's Clues. We just figured out Blue's Clues. Cause we're really smart. Last night, he drank his usual coffee and suddenly became violently ill. Yeah, like literally, the paw print is on top of Vera. Vera is the answer. So she really did commit the murder. Why was Blue fondling her titty? Blue was just giving us a clue. God, Nameless, I really hate that you say that because now it's making me think of that one dog from Mean Girls. Anybody remember Mean Girls? I hope I don't need to explain the dog, but I think you guys know what I mean by that, right? Oh my god, Blue did it. It makes so much sense. The blue marks on the cup and everything. Oh my god, you're right, Paper Star! Blue committed a murder! That's why Blue's Clues went off the air for like 15 years! Blue was trying to wait until the heat died down! Let's just say there was a lewd thing a dog was doing to a woman's titty in that movie. I'll put it like that. Last night he drank his usual coffee and suddenly became violently ill. And died? She poisoned him on the night of his interview? Wouldn't the reporters see? He wasn't near Miss Amisha when she brought her father his coffee. He was checking out some equipment in the back of the room. What if the reporter was the murderer? Supposedly, that's why she didn't notice he was there. That was the reporter who called the police, in fact. Wait, but why is she the suspect? If anyone is suspicious, it's the reporter. See? Apollo! Applying the real logic. Yet the reporter never got near Mr. Misham's coffee. Even Vera acknowledges that. Regardless, I want to know more about this reporter. So, this woman, Vera, she's Mr. Misham's daughter, right? Yep, a real sickly girl ever since she was little. Hardly ever went outside. She did kind of give off a withdrawn sort of aura. Man. So, her favorite Pokemon is totally Leaf Annie, right? Actually, what's the pre-evolution of Leaf Annie again? I forgot the name of its pre-evolution. It was like... Oh my god, I am such a bad Pokemon fan right now. I forgot the pre-evolution of Leaf Annie. You know, the one that is just like wrapped up with a blanket? Swadloon, yeah. So her favorite Pokemon is Swadloon, right? So Wada and Swadloon, thank you, chat. Yeah. So her favorite Pokemon is Swadloon. Another hermit, basically. She was homeschooled by her father, apparently. It was quite a scene when they took her to the detention center. She was screaming about how she'd die if they took her outside. Yeah, that sounds about right. That does sound like a scene. In the end, she agreed to leave if she was allowed her good luck charm for company. Her good luck charm? Apparently, she had this charm that magically gives her the courage to go outside. Why can't I ever get a normal client? Swaddle is cute for a little bug Pokemon. Swallow is a precious baby. But why would a shut-in daughter kill her own dad? Don't look at me. So about the poison. It was found to be in his coffee, right? No, not precisely. Not precisely? What does that mean? It means see for yourself, I think. I bet Emma could help us out here. Don't forget, flattery will get you everywhere with her, Apollo. Huh? What are you two whispering about? Well, I was thinking... I mean, what is it we always do when we run into you at the crime scene? What is it we always do scientifically? Ah, you know me too well. Okay. Okay, meaning we can get scientific now? Oh, I suppose. Just this once. Listen, Emma has a fetish for science stuff, and I am down for it. I will hold up a microscope, and she will get wet. Bring me anything you find suspicious, and we'll check it out. Emma, about this mug. There's a pale blue residue on the rim. That. Well, it's just a rumor, but I've heard there's a kind of coffee called Blue Mountain. You know what? Let's skip this. Oh, am I supposed to examine it? So, Wait. Oh, there we go. About poison analysis. I was afraid you were going to ask about that. Would she even find anything with a microscope? I mean, you use a microscope to examine fingerprints on a bullet, theoretically. Or like, you know, the ballistics scrapings or whatever they're called. It's scrapings, right? I think that's what they're called. See, this solution is used to test for atroquinin. Atroquinin? I wonder if this is real. Atroquinin, the deadly poison found in the autopsy. Ballistic markings. I thought it was scrapings for some reason. Uh-oh. I know that spark in her eyes. She's getting excited. Oh man, I see dripping all over the floor. Best tread lightly. It's one of the most virulent poisons, but absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of indigestion for adverse effects to show. Oh, and guess what? Recent research has shown... that's fine, really. We don't need to know all the gory details. I think I get it. You just sprayed that stuff on something you want to test, right? Okay, so atroquinin is actually fake. Got it. Also, timeout Clavier for foreshadowing this in case 3. Okay, guys, time to time out Clavier again. Precisely, you can even find the slightest trace of poison with this. I want to try it too, Emma. Pretty please? You don't have to ask twice. I already used it on everything suspicious, of course. Yay! Let's give it a whirl, Apollo.
Ah! What are you doing?
I was just seeing if I got a reaction off you. How's this for a reaction? Never do that again. I'm not poisonous. I don't know, Apollo. That's rather toxic of you. Tell that to those hapless witnesses on the stand. Let's just get down to checking for real poisons, shall we? Where can I find some poison? Maybe over here? Nothing. Okay, I will say this for this thing. I'm figuring that it's referring to, like, pointing at something, so I'm wondering if it's pointing in this general direction. Or not. Huh. Also, isn't this technically tampering with a scene because you're getting rid of the dust, indicating that these stuff is whether or not they've been touched recently? Okay, maybe I should actually spray the mug. What? It's not on the mug? What am I supposed to spray if it's not the mug? Please spray responsibly. Remember, wrap it up. Huh. Maybe it's on the paint easel? Nothing. Wow! There's... Where the heck do you want me to spray? I have, like, no hints for this, do I? The heck am I supposed to find some more poison? The poison for Misham. That poison. Am I crazy? Maybe there's no poison whatsoever. Okay, actual question for chat. Is there actually something for me to spray here or not? You missed a spot. Okay. What did I miss? Nothing on the easel over there. Nothing on this paint bucket. Is it maybe on this painting over here? No, it's not on the painting. Nothing on the mailbox. Is there anything on the door? Nothing on the door. Nothing on the stationery over here. Nothing on this, table here. Am I forgetting something? Maybe the copy machine. No, not there. There's nothing on this setup over here either. Doesn't seem to be anywhere over here either. If there's something to spray, I feel like I can spray the entire room. I have no idea what left there is to spray. Spray Bachan? You know what? Very well. A Bachan! I could use a... I think Bachan is threatening to murder me if I were to spray her. She does have superhuman strength, considering, you know, robot and all that. Okay. Oh my god, am I going to be stuck here for 10 minutes just trying to figure out what the hell I'm supposed to spray? Am I really okay, let me ask this, chat. Was there a hint on what I'm supposed to be spraying? What are your thoughts on Apollo Justice so far? I have mixed feelings. I'm not a fan of a lot of the characters, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think they're very interesting compared to the other characters I've seen in the original trilogy. Like, not necessarily because I think they're... necessarily because I think they're, like... bad witnesses. Some of them are, but also it's just like, man, you guys are just assholes, and I just don't care about you guys at all. You're kind of boring. Thoughts on having only criminal defendants for case 1 through 3? Yeah, I never really felt very good about representing any of my defendants, frankly. Chad, you want to save me a little bit of time? Give me a hint. What am I supposed to... not tell me what it is, but give me a hint on what I'm supposed to spray. Because very clearly the game didn't give me a hint for what I'm supposed to spray. I thought I just needed to spray the cup, but no. What the hell am I supposed to be looking for? It's on the right side. Okay, that saves me a little bit of time, I guess. Not the chair. It's not the table here, I think. Photo frame. If it's not that... What? What? What the hell am I supposed to be spraying here? If it's not the photo frame... Hi, Devin. I'm trying to figure out what the hell the game wants me to do right now. I've been stuck here for at least 5 minutes now. You know what? Bermsai, hints turned on. What am I doing wrong here? Yeah, I sprayed this way earlier. Nothing's reacting. What the frick? No, hang on. Bermsai's pulling it up. Give him a sec. I'm very baffled as to what's going on right now. No worries, Chaos, you're fine. I'm just really confused what I did wrong here. Considering chat literally gave me the answer of photo frame. It's supposed to be this exact area, so this spot that I'm tapping right now is supposed to be it? What the hell? Then why is it not reacting? Can you look closer? I can't. I have no buttons that can allow me to do that. All I have is A, left and right to go left and right, options, autoplay, and back. Too bad, no reaction there. I'm sure I haven't checked all the likely spots. Wait a second. What is it, Apollo? Did you spray that little desk over there? Thanks, game. Yeah, totally. I don't think so. The spray probably can't reach that far, you know? Let's check it out just to be sure. I'm so mad right now. I didn't do anything wrong. Eek! A reaction, Apollo! So you need to fail and then the frame reacts? That's really stupid. That's like really, really stupid. I could have sworn the game interrupted you after spraying a variety of spot areas to give this dialogue instead of making it back out of it. It did not on DS, so they changed it in the freaking Switch port? Ah! Where? Where? The inside a cute little frame, look. Well, would you look at that? Nice going, Trucy. I'm known to work magic. Never mind that, I was the one who found it. Tiny frame. Frame measuring 2 inches by 2 inches. Bears traces of deadly poison atroquinin. Why would the inside of that frame have poison on it? It looks like we found the only other place that was poisoned in any case. Looks like you have to take this back part apart first to put a photo inside. It'd have to be a really small photo to fit in there. True, and that palish blue stain. Why would there be poison on something like this? Well, there's one obvious reason. Whoever put this poison in the coffee rubbed a bit on here too. That's not very obvious, Trucy. Well, we sure learned a whole lot. Alright, I'm going to skip this dialogue so we can get to the new stuff. Know that I have a powerful weapon on my side. Weapon? Yes, the use of tools. Hardly specialized tools for information gathering. Try flattering her. About that letter we found. I was wondering if you could help us out with that tool you were mentoring. Mentoring. I cannot talk tonight, everyone. You want to know about my tool, do you? Oh, Emma's packing, guys! It's called an X-ray analyzer. Ooh. An X-ray? Like the X-rays you get at the dentist? That's right. At least, that's what I call it. Huh? It has a real name, but it's much more complicated. The X-ray spectralization. Something. How am I supposed to remember all that? So basically, it lets you see inside things like envelopes. That's right. You're sharp, Trucy. Wouldn't the X-ray just go through the letter itself and you wouldn't be able to see it? But it's a bit more complicated than that in practice, of course. Actually, to tell the truth, I'm not really sure how it works scientifically. X-rays, how the fuck do they work? Can I try it out, Emma, please? Oh, I suppose. Of course, I've already checked out everything suspicious myself. Alright, let's give it a spin, Apollo.
What are you doing?
Oh, just seeing if I could see through your hair, but it's like
What does it say about Apollo's hair where X-rays can't penetrate it? Point that thing at me anymore, it might all fall out!
Then I would need an X-ray machine to see through it.
Let's just get down to business to defeat the Huns.
Alright, let's test it on a sample first. It just so happens to have a lotto ticket here.
I like how it clearly says lottery ticket.
You set the sample in the device like so. I don't see anything. Patience, there's no need to get all antsy. Look at the right side of the screen. That's the layer view of the envelope. Layer view? You've got it set to display the outside of the envelope now, see? Actually, it's quicker just having you give it a try. Turn the dial there with for me, would you? That's right. That's how you choose what depth you want to scan.
Okay, actual question in chat. Is this a real life thing or is this very much Ace Attorney sci-fi bullshit? Are you saying Apollo's high in lead? I'm just saying if you stay around Apollo too long, you'll get lead poisoning. This is a real thing? I was like, hey Carp, how you doing?
Hey, I got something! See, that's how you can read the letters on the ticket inside. Cool, huh?
Except, I can't read them.
Just turn the dial a little more. What you have to understand is that a sheet of paper isn't really flat at all. When you zoom in that much, you see the paper is like a bunch of hills and valleys. Wow, really? This X-ray device uses a beam with a wavelength of only 0.05 microns. It breaks the cards it breaks cards down into thin layers so it can only show what's written on that layer. I'm not entirely following you, but what good is it if you can't read anything? That's why we go on to step 2. Try rubbing the image a bit, if you would. Rubbing? Like going over the image with L while pressing Ah?
There, that fixes the image on the screen. Now turn the dial again just a little. Good, now you can rub this image to fix it too. Hey, I get it! We just keep doing this until we got the whole thing. Man, I can't believe that Emma's asking me to rub something for her. Pretty sure the rubbing bit was the stylus on DS? Oh, I would assume. You had to spin the dial with the touchpad? That sounds awful. I don't think you can do this with the handheld scanner, but you can scan the inside of stuff. Fairly sure that rubbing would... Yeah. Exactly, not bad. Neat, let's do some more. How much do I have to do this? Apparently a lot. I mean, I already knew what it said, but apparently you need a more clear image. You had to do every single layer? Jeez, okay. Apollo Chess was the first game developed with only the DS in mind, so it makes sense. Yeah. First she's packing, now she's asking you to rub something for her. I'm pretty sure she's bigger than Apollo. Thank you, Nameless. Okay, let's print this one out. Does this mean I have to buy another one to win? Well, it's Emma's ticket. Let's let her buy another one. It's okay, there's no need. But see, this is the true hidden power of my weapon. Neat, huh? Now let's try it out on the real thing, shall we? Remember when Mario Party had one of these for one game? Wait, did it? Which Mario Party? I don't know why. It sounds like number munchers or whatever it was called. During the last 5 turns, they do a combination for tickets. Oh, I remember that one. Okay, let's print this one out. Mr. Drew Measham. Why do I keep saying doctor? I think it's because I see DR and my first thought is doctor. I've deposited $100,000 to a designated account. Please send a receipt once you've confirmed the transfer. Someone deposited $100,000 into Mr. Measham's account? His paintings must be really valuable. There's another page in there. Care to take a look? You bet I do. If you're going to read someone's mail, you might as well read it all. Here goes with the second page then.
Can I tell you guys, this is actually really awkward to turn? Using the right stick for this feels weird. Like, I don't know how much I need to turn. I'm trying to, like, light tilt it so I'm not tilting the entire way. So that way it doesn't, like, rapidly spin out on me by accident if I let go. Because I feel like it keeps turning away every time if you hold it too far. So it's probably easier if you just, like here, see? You see how it's lighting up really red when I pull it all the way? If I try to let go... Actually, no, it actually turned out there well. Never mind. Okay, so I guess letting go of the stick if you go full tilt isn't as bad as I thought it would be. Not sure if it's a real machine, but it is based on a CT scan, apparently. Sign the papers and send the envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. I need not remind you to speak of this to no one. So it's a letter about payment for one of his paintings. Why all the secrecy, though? And what? Why was this letter the only one in here? It's 7 years old, right? Maybe it had some special significance to him. Well, Emma? Well, indeed. She knows something she's not telling us. Looks like she's keeping mum about it. Red envelope updated in the court record. So, Emma, I was wondering, what's the story about this reporter that came here for a story that night of the crime? I'm afraid I can't tell you, because he's going to be a witness tomorrow, I hear. I thought so. I'll never forget that face, but what was his name? Oh, right! Brushel. Uh-huh. Brushel! He's after a scoop to sell to the papers. So, a reporter came for an interview with a painter. His first interview ever, and that night he's killed. Seems strange to you? Chat's certainly reacting to something. Really strange. It does raise a few questions. I'd like to speak with this reporter if I could. Well, I hear he's on the beat today, too. He said something about covering a magician. A magician? Well, if it's not true, see, that leaves only one other person. Yes, there has only been 2 magicians in the history of all magic, chat. It wasn't Valen Grammary by any chance, was it? Yeah, something like that. He's got some big show lined up, I hear. So he's out interviewing Valen Grammary. Looks like I'll be heading to that Coliseum again sooner than I thought. Here, I'll give you that reporter's card if you want. Freelance journalist Spark Brushel. Guess you gotta have a good business card if you work freelance. Really? What's this? A camera lens finder? Do reporters take photos too? I mean, they usually have a cameraman for that. I mean, look at Gabby and Ty from Pokemon Emerald. Clearly, it's Max Galactica. Yeah, is it Max Galactica also a magician too? Maybe you should try being a prosecutor and a defense attorney. You'll always win. Why don't I become a rock star too while I'm at it? What is this face? Why does this look like an emote? Anyway, we're out of here. October 7th, Sunshine Coliseum. Well, looks like they got rid of the Gavineers poster. Because it is? Oh my god, is there actually an emote of that? I would love to see that. Woohoo! This is it, Apollo. The place where magic and dreams converge.
Just a while ago, it was the place where murder and nightmares converged.
Let's go say hi to Uncle Valent.
What about the case?
Only a performer laughs like that.
Young Miss Trucy, how often I hoped we'd meet again, only to tell myself it was an impossible dream.
Uncle Valent, how's it going? I'm glad to see you too.
Of course you are. Humility is definitely not one of his stronger traits. Well, Miss Trucy, how does the day find you? If you've come to give me flowers, do it after the show, I beg you.
Actually, we came to wish you good luck. And congratulations on your big magic show.
Oh, but it's I who wish to congratulate you. Not everybody is so lucky as to witness miracles such as the ones I shall perform. Yeah, you're amazing. We get the picture. The world will watch in wonderment as Magnifique's illusions are reborn. Here on stage by my hand. I don't know why, but I can kind of imagine him with an Ian Sinclair voice for whatever reason. You know, I thought this at the time of the Gavinias concert too, but this Coliseum is just way too big. It's huge!
It's got a big sounding name too. Sunshine Coliseum, was it?
Would you like to hear what the grand finale of the show in 3 days will be?
What, really? Yeah.
The grand finale will be nothing other than... don't tell me, you're going to make the Coliseum disappear, right?
Aw. Way to take the wind out of his sails, Apollo.
Oh, oops.
Looks like I was right. Apollo! I can't believe you use your power of perception on something like this.
I'm sorry for my power of basic knowledge. It's huge. Also, Apollo says that to Emma. So we're just going to assume that Emma's a Futanari now. Okay, sure. Whatever, chat. Whatever floats your boat. It was just a wild guess, really. They've changed the sign since our last case.
It was all Cavaliers back then, wasn't it?
I hope nothing bizarre and mysterious happens this time. But it shall. Why, the show itself will be bizarre and mysterious, I assure you. I don't have a problem with mystery as long as it's legal.
I don't think lawyers and magicians were really meant to have conversations like this.
I'm sorry, Peter. This chat gets rather... You know what? I can't even say the chat. Chat and myself get rather degenerate sometimes. Yeah, Emma's got a huge brain. That's how she's good at science. Yeah, that's totally the only thing she's got. Huge. And hanging.
Look, Apollo, a balloon! A hot air balloon!
With the Grand Marie seal on it, no less. Well, this is a long-awaited revival, after all. And it's been 7 years, you know. I spent plenty of time and a pretty penny on promotion.
I hope it's a huge success, Uncle Valent.
Oh, I intend for it to be nothing less, I assure you. They both sure seem excited about it. I guess it's a big deal for magicians. Hey, that creature there. He was handing out balloons during our last case, too.
He's not a creature, Apollo. Poor guy. I mean, to be fair, the blue badger is technically a creature, as all living things are.
Oh, sorry. Was I mean somehow?
You know how hot it is inside one of those suits? Aw, Trixie is so understanding. He's stuck in there with only the smell of his own sweat to keep him company. On the verge of passing out, he's handing out each balloon as though it was his last.
Kind of takes the fun out seeing the blue badger.
I just feel bad for all the people who will have to wear this stuff at events now. Sheesh. Guys, if you ever go to like a convention and you see a guy dressed up as Mario, please give him like a drink of water or something. Pray for Goofy. Everyone's talking about the big magic show. Is it true that the Grammary Miracle is back after a 7-year absence?
Man, how hot do you think it gets in Florida and California during the summer?
Imagine that. And being at Disney World at the same time. I would actually die. My aunt once told you someone went to a midnight release in her store in a custom Master Chief outfit, but they made full custom ventilation in the suit. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm pretty sure they would have, like, passed out.
Miss Trucy, I must apologize. This show and this honor should have been his.
Daddy.
My co-magician in training, Zach Grammary. If that terrible thing hadn't...
It's okay.
Your father was a great magician, Trucy. If he were alive, then I, Valent Grammary, would have been proud to stand upon the stage as his assistant.
Thanks, Uncle Valent. You know, I'm happy you're doing the show. Especially since you heard they paint certain parts of Disney World with dark paint to make it hotter and force people to duck into the gift shops for relief. I don't know how true that is, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was true. That's a very much a Disney thing to do. To think we get to see the great Magnifi's illusions again. She really is looking forward to this, isn't she? You know what? Follow your dreams, girl. Be happy.
My mentor, the magnificent Magnifi Grammary.
Oh, Magnifi is a person? I thought that was like... I thought you were trying to be fancy and saying, oh, I am so magnifique.
Was a true deity among magicians. A creator god who gave birth to magic and illusions that defy our very imaginations.
I was so little when I last saw one, but I still remember his shows. He did wheelies in sports car through the air above the audience. And then sped off to outer space faster than the speed of sound.
I'm guessing that memory was a bit embellished. For 7 long years, the world has been waiting for a miracle to match his. As heir to the Grammary Troop's secrets, it falls to me to provide one. It is my God-given destiny. Yes, you, nameless face who speaks for the nameless masses. How can I help you?
If the world was waiting, why did you hold off for 7 long years?
It appears the lad is uninformed. Perhaps you have heard of the magic known as law which governs our land.
I have, though I'm not sure it qualifies as magic.
The performance of Magnifi's miracle was impossible. A certain law prevented it for 7 years, but no more!
7 years? Wait, so you're breaking the law?
That phrase sure likes to pop up a lot, doesn't it?
And why is that?
A little matter called performance rights, Miss Trucy.
Can you tell us about these performance rights?
Magnifi's magic relied on an incredible innovation idea, a trick if you will. That trick was considered his property, and as such was protected by property laws.
Intellectual property, maybe.
Magnifi knew this and bequeathed it in his will. To one person.
You mean... him?
Yes, it's Trucy, it was your father. Zach Grammary was the inheritor of the Grammary Miracle.
Daddy. Yet, as you well know, he is gone. Yeah, it was a copyright law, apparently, Nameless. The only magic about the law is the complexity of the logic. I mean, to be fair, for what Burmside told me, all you gotta do is basically point out, like, how the law says, no, this is not allowed for a lot of stuff. He disappeared suddenly 7 years ago. I think I see where this story is going. That would mean it goes to Trucy unless McAfee makes a specific will says it goes to Valent. True. Once a person is classified missing for a certain period of time, they're considered legally deceased, correct? In all absoluteness, those rolled up sleeves conceal your competence well, young man. That certain period of time for which you speak is 7 years.
It's too late for apologies.
Crash! Thank you so much for your raid! How y'all doing for Crash's raid? Hi, I'm No Limit. I'm a variety streamer that plays the games that they never played before. Currently working through Case 4 of Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney. How was Ninjala treating you? Hope you were having fun. By the way, Crash, have you signed up for the doubles tournament we're doing this Saturday? Yeah, the PSP is actually doing a doubles tournament over in the Discord server. If you guys haven't signed up already, please head up over to the Proton Smash Bit Discord server. But otherwise, if you gotta take care of any post-stream stuff, go chill, relax, do what you gotta do. Playing last bit in Ninjala for the season, it was chaotic. Nice. Hope you had fun. But yeah, I hope you sign up for the PSP doubles tournament if you plan on doing it. Having an actual lawyer here is kind of nice for these sort of questions. Yeah, shout out to Burmsai. There's no minimum age for that, but typical stuff like that is put in trust until they're adults to protect them from asshole parents. That makes sense, Burmsai. Yes, Miss Trucy, though it pains me to say it. This past spring, April to be precise, was that time. Your father was legally declared deceased. In the absence of a formal will, the secrets of our mighty mentor Magnifi passed to me. This was in fact stipulated in the will by Magnifi himself. Okay, so it was actually stipulated in the will, Burmsai. Is that how it works, Apollo? Yeah, it's called death in absentia. He declared missing permanently. Daddy? Well, that sucks. Can you tell us about this card? So a journalist was here on a story? All eyes on in the universe are upon my stage. All pens seek to commit its mysteries to paper. His name was Brushel? Brushel. I think he remembers him. He doesn't look too happy about it. Brushel. That cloying smell of mint when he smiles, yes. Can you tell us more about him? What did he want? Mr. Brushel, journalist. Behind declared dead, this way is a thing too. Pain in the ass when the person turns up alive. It becomes impossible to legally prove they're alive. Any attempts get auto-flagged as fraud? Then how do you prove someone is legally alive? You literally just present a picture of yourself, right? Get yourself declared dead, go off the grid and create your own country. Oh my god. Where are you gonna get your money from? But that's a dead guy's photo, you fraudster. The law is fucking stupid, and I'm glad that jury can basically decide, no, that person's alive. What the fuck's wrong with you? A man by that name calls on me just now. Just now? Valen's vision is always towards tomorrow. Valen's feet always steps forward. My country uses amiibos currency? Does that mean I'm one of the richer members of your country because I have every single amiibo that isn't like, you know, exclusive to Japan? Or like a limited release type of thing? But how can they file the lawsuit or pay for a lawyer? I mean, I'm sure they still have money that they have saved up at home or something like that. That is all.
That's all? Very confusing.
I am to perform a big magic show, yes? I wanted someone to cover it. Yet he had ears only for that incident. That incident? In any case, I requested that the rapacious reporter remove himself.
Nice alliteration there.
Only if it's in their couch or mattress or something. Their bank account would have been frozen. That's so true. Most people keep like 200 bucks on them at most. True. So a painter has died? What of it? It is but a footnote in the footlights compared to the magic of Gremory.
Uncle Valen, do you know where the reporter went?
I recommended he visit the popular place popular with penalized perpetrators. My god, this guy really does love alliteration. The detention center? He was a rude individual. Might I see that card? Sure. He would tear apart my respectability! I will tear him apart!
Oh, here he comes, Apollo. Uncle Valen's big magic trick.
Is he going to fix the card? Not sure that qualifies as big magic.
What happened to the big magic?
It is not more miraculous for it to stay ripped. He must have really not liked that journalist.
Well, thanks for your insight, sir, but we're going to just go check out the actual journalist that you drooped up the card of. That totally was not going to be evidence that we were going to need, right?
Ah, you're here to see Vera Misham?
Yes, that's right.
She's in the medical office at the moment.
Medical office? Is she okay?
She's just lying down. She said she didn't feel so good. I'm sorry, but I can't allow any meetings at the moment. Most annoying client ever.
How dare you? She's just shy! Apollo! We had way more annoying clients. Looking at you, Walkie. Guess we should come back. And we also had the douchebag kid that was smuggling stuff last case too, right?
A challenge, is it? You want me to make that disappear? Very well, give it to me! No thanks!
How are all magicians like this? Apollo, what was that look just now?
I was just thinking how hard it is to get any information out of a magician. Can you tell us about this envelope? I was wondering if you could tell me about this. Aha! Why, that bears a Gremory seal.
Uncle Valen, is something wrong?
Trucy, where did you get this? Why do I feel like Uncle Valen is about to commit a murder in front of everybody?
Daddy gave it to me.
Your daddy! My partner Gremory and Zach Gremory.
No, my other daddy, Phoenix Wright.
Ah, yes, your sugar daddy.
Don't phrase it like that.
Why now? Why would your Lord Daddy... Lord Daddy! Lord Daddy, that's kind of stretching the whole archaic thing a bit. Lord Daddy. That calls Phoenix Daddy. Oh. I call your daddy Daddy too. The signature upon the back, do you recognize it? That belongs to none other than Zach Grammary.
What? Daddy signed this?
Might I be so bold as to open it?
I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that.
What's in this envelope, I wonder? Now, the time has come when I must return to make my prestigitation preparations. By your leave, Miss Trucy.
Thanks, Uncle Valent.
3 days from now, make ready for a miracle.
Oh boy, I can't wait for us to get robbed.
Ah, the Willow D.
Ah, Peter, I see you too have excellent taste in manga.
What do you think that journalist was after? And why did Valent react like that to this letter?
I think it's time to pay the detention center another visit.
Phoenix! What are you doing, my man? I think I hear what you're saying. We're all doing it for the money, end quote. No, not at all. Looks like someone's already meeting here.
Maybe that reporter.
Guys, I'm scared. I'm really, really scared.
I don't want to go back into the game. Don't move your head like that. That's creepy. Someone delete this thing.
Hey, how are you? Who might you be?
Sorry. We didn't know someone was already here. God, I don't like you.
He blinks upward. He does!
Is that paint? Is that paint on his face, or is that like 5 o'clock shadow? What?
Remember the voice Tim gave him and he's annoying? Now you met the man to his name. I'm Apollo Justice, attorney at law. Talk about a nervous monkey. Hey, you're Justice, you? You know me? Do I know you? Of course I know you! Stares down witnesses on stand till they spill beans, end quote. That's not true. What's he writing?
Are you a reporter by any chance?
Why is he cupping his tits? Why is he cupping his tits like that? I don't like this. Please? Whoa, you're Trucy!
Am I famous?
Oh yeah! Trucy Wright hates carrying a bag. Puts everything she owns in her panties, end quote. Yeah, this is one of the most hated characters in a series for appearance alone. I don't like how he looks! What's wrong with your face? In Japan, his last name is a pun on toothpaste. This name is supposed to belong to Pal Maractus at first. Ugh. I get the looks, but still, you appreciate the heck out of this guy? You do?
I'm kind of curious why you say that, Dish, but okay. That's so not true. Puts the cloying mint of smell of mint, so he smells like toothpaste? For one thing, he feels like he's the best journalist in the game series. Do we have other journalists? Do we have like a frame of reference on? Just hold on to your breeches, kids. I'll wrap up this interview in a jiffy. Unironically, this guy is actually great. Okay. Interview? So, guard, I think I know what's going on here. Garden rooms is my life. What else could I possibly need? End quote. Oh yeah, there's a lot of well, no, she's more of a photographer than a reporter, though, isn't she? No, how many times do I have to tell you this? Look, I got work to do. You deal with him. Did you come here to interview the guard? Hoo-wee, what a pickle! Accused wouldn't talk, had to interview someone or go plumb crazy, end quote. Huh. You know what? I don't blame Vera wanting to hide away from this guy. I would be creeped out too. Lana's kind of borderline with tabloids and such. Yeah, true. I should have guessed. Where are my manners? Name's Brushel. Spark Brushel. So, is the pun on the toothbrush, I assume? But what does spark mean? Is it because, like, electric toothbrush or something? I'm not picky. Journalist just closes his eyes, writes, end quote. What's that nauseatingly strong mint smell every time he grins? Wait, is his face covered in toothpaste? Is that what that's supposed to be? Spark like a reporter, I guess? More like idea? Oh, okay, like a spark of inspiration, okay. Until you've been interviewed by me, you don't know what thrilling is. Oh my god, I just realized why his hair is shaped the way it is. It's supposed to be toothbrush teeth. Or to spark controversy since he is a reporter. I can also see that too, Lundea. Wild romp through crossroads of mayhem, madness, end quote. I can see that. He's writing something again. Well, if he's a reporter, maybe he knows something. So, Mr. Brushel, you're a journalist. Ah, me, look, let me state one thing for the record here. Yes? I'm the interviewer, you understand, yeah? I'm the one asking the questions here, end quote. Okay. For instance, you think a movie director watches Yes? Well, I think he probably does. Exactly! I think you'd understand. Huh? So, the night of the murder, you were at Drew's studio? Who? Me? Look, let me state one thing for the record. Yes? I may look calm and collected, but I'm busy, real busy, always on the road. Journalist always buys one-way tickets, never looks back, end quote. Remember, you are Lisa Simpson. I can understand that philosophy, but... You want to know one thing about one-way tickets? Once you use them, they're gone. Well, because you have to give them to the guy at the airport. True enough, but don't they give you normal tickets away too? Exactly, you see? It's the same thing. Oh, what is? I don't understand what he's trying to say, chat, and I'm very concerned. Wish your teeth were that white? That was a quote you heard from someone that saw him smile. I can believe that. I believe this guy's more reliable than game journalists. Also valid.
So, you went to do a story on Drew Measham. And he never had a story done about him before.
That's right. Look, let me say one thing for the record here.
What?
I'm sure you're gonna want to know about my source. What tipped me off to Drew? Why do the interview in the first place?
Well, yes?
Look, it's like, oh, I got it. Say there's this burger joint with famous ketchup. You think the burger guy's going to tell me where he got it?
At the supermarket, maybe?
See? Exactly, that's what I'm talking about. I don't like your metaphors. They make 0 sense.
I think I may have actually understood that one.
Well, there's nothing I can talk about, really. Walls have ears, eyes especially. Glass walls with speakers, end quote.
Right, guess we'll leave then.
Ah, but since you're here, might as well tell you a tidbit of news I saw. Just for the heck of it.
Sure, tell us. Just for the heck of it.
I remember it like it was yesterday. I'd seen a movie on a trip and wandered into this burger place with amazing ketchup.
Okay.
When an article in a tabloid caught my eye. Famous oil painting stolen from art dealer's gallery. End quote, I believe it was.
An oil painting?
Happens every day, right? But then I thought I'd seen that painting somewhere else before. A painting of a giant peach flowing down a river.
Why does his nose do that? Ah! Ah! A good journalist never reveals their sources, as he casually reveals that he read it in a newspaper. Someone stole an oil painting of a giant peach.
Journalists can smell scoop better than burgers, end quote.
Uh-huh. Was it this painting? Are you gonna see this man in your dreams? Nah, not in my dreams. In my nightmares.
All right, let me go on the record here.
Yes?
I know what you're going to say. Brushel, take this, write brilliant column, end quote. I don't think so. Look, buddy, I write billion columns about one thing, and that's food. Try to understand.
What could he possibly be writing? He doesn't listen to a word I say.
I guess he has a nose for scoops. Oh my god.
Well, that's not much info, unfortunately. And it doesn't look like I can present anything to him either. Frick. Well, I'm all out, I guess.
I guess we'll go back to Rite Aid.
Anything? Hey, Phoenix, you got anything to say? You don't. Frick. Drew Studio, maybe? There we go. Well, how'd it go? Find anything out? Actually, there was one thing I want to check with you. What's with that scary face you're making? And what's with the I know something but I'm not telling face you got going, Emma? Emma, I was wondering if you could take a look at this. Look, I'm a detective, same old, and nothing about science, eh? Well, it doesn't look like we have anything to show at the moment. I guess ask her about the landscape painting, maybe? About this painting. Oh, that? Quite good, isn't it?
That's not what I wanted to ask you about.
You want to examine, is that it? I'd be happy to let you if you had a good reason. But without that, sorry. I guess she wants us to do a little footwork on our own first. This painting came from behind that dresser. Ah, yes, so? It was stolen, no? I was hoping you wouldn't figure that out. Do you think you could tell us a bit about this? I suppose it's what you think. Drew Measham was a Oh. Drew Measham was a forger. Man, I can't believe he's related to Lloyd and Yor. A forger? Yeah, he's Anya's grandfather, exactly. A secret third member of the Forger fourth member, yes. So what exactly is a forger? Well, basically, it's someone who makes forgeries. Fakes, in other words. Fakes? He was the one who makes the fake Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I knew it. Bond is family too? You know what? Fair enough. Everyone makes the same joke at the same time. I'm sorry! When Spy Family is one of the biggest animes right now, who doesn't make a Spy Family joke? Copies of an original. Exact copies, so precise you can't tell them apart. Well, why not just photocopy them? The big problem with forgeries is that people try to sell them as a real article. It's a crime, of course. I can't wait for season 3 as well. I'm up to date on the manga. It's been so good lately, honestly. I've been getting so emotional on the recent chapters. Ah! Oh no, he uses AI art. Let's not let AI get that crazy, shall we? Oh yeah, and there's a Spy Family game coming out next week, too. You got the latest published volumes? Oh, you can also read the official latest chapter volumes on Shonen Jump. ShonenJump.com, that is to say. So Drew Measham was a criminal? I'm afraid so. Okay, chat? Is it okay to know what the pun is now, or is it still a spoiler? I assume it's still a spoiler. He received money, created elaborate forgeries. The pun is she just a sham. That's the name. Vera Misham. Drew Misham. Okay. Oh, Vera means truth. Gotcha. Okay, gotcha. You referenced the pun a while ago? Oh, I'm sorry about that, Red. I must have missed it. A fraud, a cheat, a sham. Gotcha. He received money to create elaborate forgeries to supplement his work in illustration, I guess. Man, I still need to watch Spy Family Code White. I'm so excited when it comes out on, like, home release. I didn't get to go see it as in theaters, unfortunately. I see. Actually, that's why I brought this here in the first place. What do you mean? When you're trying to determine if a painting is a forgery, the rough sketch underneath can be a valuable clue. So the rough sketch is like practice for the real thing. Like doing a magic trick in front of a mirror before you go on stage. But not in the case of a forgery, not necessarily. You know what the finished product is going to look like after all. Oh yeah, I guess you would. That's why I brought this. I'm gonna use it to see what's under the paint of the finished pieces. I get it now. Not that I really need to go into such lengths, seeing as how one of the paintings was only half finished anyway. Still, it'd be neat to see Mr. Measham's rough sketches. Kind of like what he was drawing when he thought no one was looking. True, that would be interesting, and maybe valuable for our case. You should try buttering her up, Apollo. Flattery will get you everywhere, they say. Maybe I should ask Emma to help us out. Hi, the sketch layer, conk! Wrong layer! I kind of want to see the rough sketch under this painting. And I was wondering if your tool there might be able to do the trick. Oh, fine. Just this time, though. Oh, Emma is living up getting to do science. Let's check it out. Come on, Apollo. She may be older. You're into older girls, right? Huh. This is starting to look like a person. Or maybe I'm crazy. Oh my god. Is this what I think it is? Is it a dude on a guitar? Okay, let's print this one out. He's on fire, though. Huh. What the heck? Wow, he really blows. The fish painting isn't anything like the rough. Devices like mine didn't exist until recently. He probably thought he could draw any sort of thing he wanted to for the rough. What do you mean? Well, in the past, he could only analyze the composition for a rough sketch. Compo, what? In other words, the traces of charcoal between paint and canvas. Oh, Gavin's in hell. Neat. So you could tell if there had been a rough sketch. But not what it looked like. Ah, I think I follow you. So in essence, it wouldn't matter what was underneath the finished painting. Some pros would actually paint out a rough sketch entirely, then do a completely new painting on top of that. So Mr. Misha was drawing whatever he wanted before painting them over? Possibly. Is there a problem with that? Not particularly, but something about the sketch itself is kind of odd. You're awfully silent all of a sudden, Apollo. You think we could check out one of the other paintings? Well, sure. You like this detection stuff, don't you? I gotta say I'm actually enjoying doing this minigame stuff right now. I don't know why, but like trying to control the layers on this thing while also like trying to angle stuff. It's kind of fun. Is that a goddamn noodle cart? Oh my god, it totally is. It's Aldoon! This one too! What's wrong, Apollo? You look so serious all of a sudden. You think I could just look at the last of these? Fine by me, knock yourself out. Here's Donkey Kong Country Returns, HD, I mean Last of Us. Oh, is that a pretty lady? Oh, that'd be a pretty lady I'm seeing, I think. Or not, never mind. It's not a lady after all. What the hell is this? Oh, I got so excited. I thought I saw a pretty lady. No, it's just a bunch of dudes playing cards. What, was he just sketching all your cases? Yeah, this seems to line up with all our cases. Weird. Imagine if Mario jumped in one of these paintings and ended up somewhere completely different. Mario just arrives at a murder scene and like, whoa! What the heck is all this? I hesitate to ask why you're getting so excited. You're sure your device isn't leaking some kind of strange radiation? Chusey, look at these 3 sketches. Do you not notice anything? What the frick is going on? There! Now you're both white as sheets. What's going on? These sketches are of the 3 cases I worked on. What? The murder in the poker room at the Borscht Bowl Club. The dead man pulling the noodle stand. And then the events that transpired during the Cavaliers concert. What could it mean? How could he have drawn those things? And why? That's what I want to know. Wait, is Drew Measham your father? Give me a break. Does that seem even remotely possible to you? I love how Gavin is on fucking fire and somehow isn't a victim, right? I never even heard of a Drew Measham before. I haven't even seen a picture of him. But there were my cases drawn on his canvas. Every single one of them. It couldn't have been a coincidence. Just, who was this Drew Measham? And what did he have to do with me? All right, chat. Question for y'all. How long is the first trial? The reason I ask is because, do you guys want me to go for another 2 hours? I can go for another 2 hours. The problem is, it is a little late. You don't remember? It's been so long since you played this? No worries, Seesaw. Okay, so you will probably run to like 1. Run to like 1 hour? You might want to order pizza at this point. Okay. 1 a.m. Chat, I'll leave it to you. Do you guys want me to go for another 2.5 hours? I'll leave it to you guys. We either end it here or we go another 2.5 hours. Only stop if you intend to sleep. I'm not going to sleep. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not going to go sleep. I'm going to go eat dinner, if that's what you're wondering. I honestly think this is a good break point. Start the court case fresh. I'm more so concerned about you guys in chat because, like, if you guys are going to go to bed, that kind of... I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm happy to stream even if I have low audience. But if you guys are going to go to bed while I'm streaming, that kind of bums me out a little bit. Not because it's not your fault, obviously. It's just, you know, I want you guys to be around when I do this. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. I'm worried about chat. Exactly. Like, obviously, you guys can leave whenever you want. I'm not going to hold you guys hostage or anything. That's why I'm trying to be considerate for your times. It's 10:40 for you? Yeah, it's 10:40 for me as well. So yeah, I'll leave it to you guys. The awkward thing is the end of the upcoming trial is the best stopping point story-wise. I'll give it a shot. October 8th, 9:48 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 6. Good morning.
So, you're Vera, right? I'm Tracy Wright. That's right with a W, but not right. Right?
So does that mean Trucy's real last name is Grammary?
We're on your side. You can tell us anything. Please?
Good morning. She speaks?
Not bad. But I think you'd do better with a little smile, you know.
Trucy, don't tell girls to smile.
You're so pretty. You need to sell yourself, you know.
Oh my god, you can tell that this was written by a male writer. Trucy, let's take it easy for starters.
Aww, that's cute.
I love you even more now.
Thank you for taking my case.
Aw, she's adorable. Okay, well that's a start, I guess. And she has like a little lion on her overalls. Cute. There she goes with that nail polish again.
That's great, really. It's so cultured.
Oh my god, I just realized. Is that the poison bottle? Is that the bottle of poison? The poison for her dad? The poison that killed her dad? That poison? Oh, I feel like that's a bad sign.
Want to try? Oh, really?
Girls. The victim, Drew Measham, was a forger, and a stolen painting was found in his studio. I will say this, I'm going to be eating while I'm going through this, so if I randomly pause, I apologize. A life of crime, really. And maybe the one that led to his death. I know this game came out long before then, but she kind of retroactively reminds me of Marianne. Oh no! Like, I'll be real, Seesaw. I was thinking that she reminded me of a character. I just didn't know which character. And I think you're right. I think it was Marianne I was thinking of.
Well, we will now begin the trial of Vera Measham.
Is the judge okay? His voice is all raspy, and he's looking all around nervous-like.
Repercussions of today's trial will most likely be felt for a long time, and may indeed alter our legal system forever.
Today is a test of the juris system. and the first step towards a new order in our courts.
You know, if Phoenix was actually trying to get a prosecutor to help test out the jury system, wouldn't he have gotten like Edgeworth to do it for him? Or is Edgeworth just not around?
Daddy's secret mission. The jurists will function like a jury. It is hoped their inclusion will help the courts to better reflect the people's will.
Edgeworth died? Aw, damn. I can't believe Edgeworth came back to life in Dual Destinies just to tell us, you don't stand a ghost of a chance, Phoenix, right?
But why do you have Blue Eyes White Dragon?
Because I am Apollo Justice. Ugh. Why aren't there any jurists in the courtroom?
3 closed-circuit cameras watch this courtroom at all times. The journalists have access to everything that transpires.
By the way, legal terminology issue, jurist refers to people like the judge. The story uses it interchangeably with the word jury. They are not the same. Makes sense.
Jurists! Judge Will and Judge Cool.
Now see here, Prosecutor Gavin. I was going to say that.
Ah, my apologies, Herr Judge.
Jurist today, judge today's trial coolly, if you would be so kind.
The jurists are unbound by the letter of the law. They don't affect the trial with evidence, but by their feelings. And we're about to find out just what effect they're going to have.
Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. The details of the case, if you would.
The victim is the painter Drew Measham. He was killed in his own studio. His coffee was poisoned. By whom, you ask? By none other than the defendant, Vera Measham.
First objection! There wasn't any poison in the coffee!
Chung, someone has been doing their homework. Indeed, poison was not present in the coffee, but on the mug itself.
Yo, jury, declaring guilty is gay. Apollo, the smartest man alive. Okay.
The mug? Residue was found on the rim, I see.
The autopsy report describes the manner of our victim's death.
The court accepts this as evidence.
Death by atroquine poisoning. Estimated time of death between 9 and 9:30 p.m.
According to this record, the victim's death was caused by atroquine poisoning.
A chemical compound that does not occur naturally. Lethal dosage is a mere 0.002 milligrams. A touch of the atroquine in the body. It's the touch of the Reaper's death. Scythe.
Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. You may present your witness.
I have for you today a simple man for a simple case. A man who witnessed the murder in its entirety.
That journalist, no doubt.
The witness will state his name and occupation.
You please stop fondling your tits? My god, man.
Ah, right. Well, for starters, my name's Spark Brushel. My name is a lone observer of the world.
In other words, a freelance journalist, right?
Ahem, if you don't mind, I'd like to state something here for the record.
Yes, Mr. Brushel?
I dislike conclusions, specifically the aspect of jumping to conclusions. Preconceptions make Park's sandbox of endless desert waste, end quote.
But you are a journalist. You said so yourself yesterday. People said that Brushel would be more at home in Looney Tunes than here. Is it weird I can see that?
Well, yes, that's true, but you must understand, I stand before you today a man with a dream. I'm offering you my testimony in exchange for exclusive rights in the story. Scoop turns Mr. Brushel into that Mr. Brushel, end quote.
Let's hear your testimony then, shall we?
A simple case, eh, Gavin? For me, the jury is still out. I visited his studio around 9 o'clock that night to do the interview. The first outsider to enter the atelier. Journalistic history made, end quote. Shoutouts to the Atelier series for teaching me how to read Atelier. His daughter brought us coffee right after we started. And you know what happened next? Star falls, end quote. No one else entered the room beside her the whole time. Can you please stop fondling your tits whenever you refer to a woman?
That does sound like a simple case, unless you were the one who poisoned him!
What are you saying, Judge?
Need I remind you the cameras are rolling today? I feel the need to be a bit dramatic.
You didn't do it, did you? Have a good night. Have a good night, Turd Dog. Me do a thing like that? Come on, that's like... newsmaker making the news, end quote. Or even contemporary witch hunt, end quote. I know. Wild accusations rock courtroom, end quote. Rock indeed. Prosecutor Gavin sure looks like he's having fun. I'm so happy for him. Meh.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Your cross-examination, please.
I visited his studio around 9 o'clock that night to do the interview. 9 o'clock at night? Isn't that a little late for an interview? If the great painter Drew Measham says come at 9 o'clock, I believe me, I go at 9. The first, as it turned out, last interview with such a prolific painter. Right, can you tell us what it was like when you arrived? The first outsider entered the atelier, journalistic history made, end quote. You were the first reporter ever in Drew's studio. Posterity will look back on that night as a turning point in journalistic history. A basically insignificant step for all mankind. But a giant step for that Brussels guy, end quote. If no one out on the outside ever had access to the studio, then it would serve to reason that the deed was done by an insider. By which he means Vera did it. So how did this Epcot making interview go? Starter brought us coffee right after we started. Would you mind being a little more specific? Ooh-wee, let me tell you, I enjoy a cuppa. In fact, it all began when I was in 3rd grade. No, wait, 4th grade. That's not what I meant. I believe I know what Air Forehead is driving at. This coffee the victim was served. Did anyone other than the defendant touch it? Right, that's what I was going to say, really. Well, now, if you got a question to ask, you best straight up ask it. That's what I tell and all the new recruits several times if necessary. Right for a grade schooler. That's my motto. Which isn't to say I can only write grade school level stuff, mind you, but... Who touched the coffee? It's supposed to be pronounced the same as epic. English do be a word like that. You know what? I can see it. I don't know. I was in the back looking at the studio's equipment when she served it. And what happened next? And you know what happened next? Star falls, end quote. What's this about a star falling? Star falls, huh? It's like an old telegram. You know, if Star is currently streaming, we totally should raid with that. Send money over. Are we gonna kill Star? Oh, you know. Zowie! Oh no, that's like a journalism code word. An important personage passes away as Star falls, get it? But there's no gravity in space, is there? I wouldn't think stars could fall, really. Does this matter? Oh boy, this is good stuff, good stuff. How about Star breaks? Nah, lacks punch. You know, I know, We are 100% rating Star if she is streaming right now. Star dies! Nah, lacks imagination. Of course, you could go with Drew dies. Straight to the point. I like it. I think we need to hear about something a little more specific. About when Mr. Mishin passed away. Oh boy, what a scene that was. He put his coffee mug down with a crash, right?
Yes, and then?
And then the cold finger of death touches his spine. Life's flame sputters and fails. So cold was that touch, he could do naught but tremble uncontrollably. Actually, life's flame is a little tired. Life's raver frozen over. Yes, that's a go. You know what? I respect him for actually trying to come up with all kinds of different expressions. I do that all the time when I do my writing. I think he's starting his article already. Could you describe that a little more simply? Well, as you can imagine, I was pretty surprised. He hit the floor, as they say. Artist seizure is final performance, end quote. Atroquin paralyzes the central nervous system. The body arches back like a bow. The limbs tremble and...
It's quite enough of that. Some of us want to be able to sleep tonight.
Not me, apparently. Oh yeah? Well, I want details. Lots of juicy details. And Spider-Man! Bring me photos of Spider-Man! For that, you can listen to our last year's hit single, Atroquin, My Love by the Cavaliers, available at all major music outlets.
The point here is that the victim died of atroquine poisoning. Well, Mr. Justice, how did you find that testimony?
Well, as an account of the moment of the victim's death, I say it's very important. Please add that to the testimony. Tomorrow's headline, Spider-Man poisons famous artist. No spasms! That was definitely death by poison. You say it was definitely death by poison. How can you be so sure? Hey, look, I'm a journalist. I've seen a lot of things. I have more than my share of experiences with so-called poisonings. Man eats fly fish, goes bye-bye, end quote. Food poisoning doesn't count. Should I get him to talk about something else? So you drank the coffee that Vera served you too? Of course, when someone serves you coffee, you drink it. That's what my old boss used to say. Never did get what he meant by it though. But you're still alive. Which is to say, you didn't die. People die when they're killed, guys. Of course not. Can you please stop playing with your boobs for like 5 minutes? No point falling before you're a star, end quote. That's not exactly what I was getting at. What were you getting at then? You know the poison was on the rim, not in the coffee. Oh, yes. There were 2 cups on the tray she brought. And one of the cups had Drew's signature painted on the side. No chance the guest would take that one by mistake, I guess.
Well, Mr. Justice, was that testimony important?
I guess it's not important at the moment. So Brushel drank the coffee too. Doesn't this look like this is going to lead to much? Very well, please continue with testimony. Let me see if I can get some information on... Sure, I'm sure. Drew's studio is in a big place, kiddo. I'd know if someone else had to come in. What if they had been hiding in there from before? Even if someone had been hiding in the studio, they hardly could have poisoned that mug without anyone noticing. You think I, Spark Brushel, would miss something as obvious as that? No way. I think the mod stepped away. Never mind. Yo, Deborah the Wolf, thank you for stepping up. He sure makes it sound exciting. I guess that's his job. There's only one moment we really need to focus on, really. The moment when Drew Mishim died? Exactly. There has to be something there. That was definitely death by poison. Wait a second. Astral Queen is slow... was slow acting, right? Yeah, it's slow acting.
Objection!
Your Honor, what do you think about the witness's statement? Apparently, I'm completely wrong.
I'm not sure I follow you.
It contradicts the thought that I, Objection overruled.
Hold it!
Hang on, let me see if I can get some more info out of him. You say Mr. Misham had the coffee too, but did you actually see him drink the coffee? Of course, he who sees it wins, but he says who says it says it wins bigger, end quote. I live in a man sees dog eat dog and write about it world, yet, I guess I can't say I saw him drink it, really. He had one so-called sip of that. Man puts lips to mug, drinks, end quote.
That poison is quite virulent, I hear.
My stomach did a so-called somersault since I gulped down that coffee without so much as a second glance at it. Wait, maybe something's there! Some kind of so-called trick! Anyone want to venture a guess, for the record? Does this guy have a pause button?
Well, Mr. Justice, did you find that testimony valuable?
The victim drank his coffee, then immediately fell over? Oh, yes, that's what I missed. Okay, so I did actually get the right idea. I just forgot to present get more info out of him. Oh, yes, you can go to press with that one. Your Honor, this is a vital piece of information. Please add it to the testimony.
Very well, the witness will add this to his testimony.
Vital, right? He had one sip of that. Next moment, he was on the floor.
Hold it!
So he either took a sip or he didn't and then fell over. Oh yes, indubitably. Just like that. Wham bam! So Mr. Misham drank the coffee and immediately fell over. I think Brushel's telling the truth too. Should I get him to talk about something else? Nope. There's no real need to change the testimony. The problem with the testimony is already pretty obvious. You know what I have a problem with? A particular property of the poison used. Atroquinin.
Oh, Prosecutor Kevin was quite clear about the poison. A lethal dosage of 0.002 milligram paralyzes the central nervous system. If you drank that, even you, Mr. Justice, would be reduced to a quivering pile.
Let me eat my oatmeal before I worry that I've been poisoned. Why are you using me as an example? Unfortunately, we weren't told everything. There was a vital omission in Prosecutor Gavin's information.
an omission?
Atroquinin is as virulent as he says, but death doesn't come upon ingestion. Not immediately. That's because atroquinin is slow acting.
Slow acting?
Wah, wah, wah. According to one forensic scientist, it's one of the most virulent poisons, but it's absorbed into the body astonishingly slow. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of indigestion for adverse effects to show. If we suppose that the moment Mr. Measham sipped the coffee was when he sealed his fate, then he would still have time to enjoy his last cup of joe.
Order, order, what's the meaning of this? If what the defense says is correct, why, that contradicts the entire testimony we just heard.
Well, Mr. Brushel, anything to say on the record? Slow acting, S-L-O-W-A-C-T. Is virulent, alright. Even then had already begun digging his claws into the journalist. He's working on his scoop. It's Brushel, Ja. Brushel, let's take a moment to take a trip back down memory lane. Huh? Did the victim really die the instant he took a sip? Think it over, this is vital. You know what I think? I think that was a not-so-subliminal suggestion, end quote. I admit it does cause a problem if he died when you say he died. I would be forced to say Auf Wiedersehen to my simple case. And you would be forced to say farewell to your article. Come again? You can't write a story based on conjecture, can you? And as the case drags on, with other reporters will pick up on the scent. And you'll be forced to kiss your exclusive scoop goodbye. Scoop, can you remember to brush your teeth, I guess, and your eyes? Also, is it okay for a reporter to be able to report on his own, like, court case as a witness? Look, just wait a sec. Just 1 second. I guess that's gonzo journalism for you, potentially. I will now assault your mind with subliminal messages. I'm sorry you had to see that.
We're waiting, out with it.
I think I just recalled a so-called important detail. A revival of recollection, end quote. A story's survival, end quote. Attorney is utterly confused, end quote. Actually, I did notice something when I visited his studio. I heard a poison that takes its sweet time, see? But not what I've been saying for the last few minutes, apparently.
Mr. Brushel, are you saying you noticed something that explains what happened?
You bet I am. The antidote for a poisonous contradiction, end quotes, you might say. Or, I still have no idea what you're talking about, end quote, I might say. I figured it out, but only after an in-depth interview. See, thanks to my journalism skills, I know who poisoned that coffee.
Order.
As far as I can tell, the witness is standing by his testimony. Tell that Mr. Measham died the instant after he drank. Of course I'm standing by my testimony, and by dream of exclusive rights to this story. Ugh, I suppose there was too much to hope for. What was? Of course he wouldn't choose a simple case, not him. Him? Phoenix Wright, who else? Atung. Bristol, report for us if you would. What is it that you noticed?
This court is a critical trial for the jury system. I'm afraid no room for doubt is permissible. You will testify to the court about what you noticed.
I feel like this is just making the jury really hate Brushel. A Tiang is danger or warning. Gotcha. When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Mishan was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. I thought nothing of it at the time, of course. Now that I think about it, what if he was writing a suicide note?
A suicide note?
Yeah! He had this look on his face. Man's face inscrutable as a quadratic equation. End quote. Suicide? Poor Mr. Misham. But that means Spear is innocent. Would someone commit suicide in the middle of an interview? Oh, I don't know. I mean, you ever see that interview from the Joker? It was going to be a suicide, and he's like, nah, what if I just murder Robert De Niro?
Very well, you may begin your cross-examination.
When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Mishan was at his desk. Was there anyone at the studio other than Mr. Misham? Take a drink? Thanks for a reminder, Brabbit. Not gonna lie, feeling a bit tired. I hope this doesn't take too long. Well, his daughter Vera, of course. Was anyone besides Mr. Misham and Vera present? Not a single one. Not a cat, not a rat, not even a mouse. The only person who didn't belong to that studio there was you, wasn't it, Mr. Brushel? I know what you're doing. I know your game. Attorney uses classic Ramsden phenomenon ploy. End quote. If you intend to suspect that this reporter is a suspect, I'm sure you also intend to present evidence supporting that assertion, correct? In the meantime, let's move along, shall we? You seem to be writing a letter, but you quickly sealed the envelope. So he put the letter away when he saw you? Early reporter gets worm, end quote. That's my secret. I'm not sure I follow. It's the night of the interview. I arrived 15 minutes ahead of schedule. The handle turns, the door opens, and I barge in. Are you sure that's okay to do? I mean, isn't that unlawful entry, really? Mr. Meacham sure seemed to think so. You should have seen him. He crammed his letter into that yellow envelope as fast as he could. I know a secret when I spot one, and that was one. Yellow envelope.
It does seem significant. Well, Mr. Justice?
I wonder, does it have the ring of something important? The defense finds this testimony vital, Your Honor.
Very well, please add it to the testimony then.
Hey, why not? My account comes free of charge. It was a yellow envelope. I heard it was left at the crime scene. And you saw him seal this yellow envelope with the letter. Hey, don't look at me like that. I just saw what I saw. Apollo, you think this might be our big break? Yeah. What I need is to show some decisive evidence now. I thought nothing of it at the time, of course. You didn't think anything might be wrong at the time? Hey, when I go in for an interview, that's what I'm there to do. Interview finds looking more efficient than caring, end quote. So what about now? Thinking back on it, did you sense anything strange in Mr. Meacham's behavior? Well, yeah, that's why I'm telling you all this to begin with.
Very well, continue with your testimony.
Now I think about it, what if he was writing a suicide note? A suicide note? Well, yeah, don't quote me or anything. I'm just saying it's a possibility, you know? So you didn't actually check the letter? Of course not, it was sealed. Contents of can unknown until can is opened, end quote. You can always check the label. Do you think Mr. Meacham was writing a suicide note? If he was, that would solve the case in a jiffy. It kind of makes me wonder about that letter. As it just so happens, there was a single letter in a desk drawer at the scene. In a red envelope! Oh my god, Jesus Christ. Why is he able to wrap his necktie around his skull like he's Earthworm Jim or something? Sheesh! Prosecutor Gavin. Yes? Was a yellow envelope found at the scene of the crime? Unfortunately, no, but air forehead. It's easy to mistake the color of an envelope. I guess, but not this envelope. You see, it was postmarked already 7 years ago. You know what really sucks, guys? What if you're colorblind? What if they can't see the color red? This really sucks for colorblind people, guys.
Well, Mr. Brushel?
I can explain that. Drew, right? You want to get that letter in the envelope pronto. And then they read the word red? You know what's funny? I was so distracted reading the description, I didn't even see the name of the thing. Oops. Get out of my sight, beady eyes, right? So he grabbed the nearest envelope and crammed away. And what about the whole red and yellow envelope contradiction, chump?
Well, Mr. Justice, have you anything to say to witness this crime?
That night, the victim put a letter he had written into a red envelope. That's impossible. Ah, I like your expression. It's full of confidence. It's simple, really. As it just so happens, the defense team investigated the contents of this envelope with the assistance of a forensic scientist. What? Note that this letter is addressed to Drew Measham. Oh? Why would he address a letter to himself? Let alone send a suicide note to himself. I've been scooped!
Order! 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 Mr. Brushel, can you explain this to the court?
Oh my, how could I have forgotten? I suppose this happens to the best of us. Reporter gets old, forgets lots, end quote.
I'm still waiting for an explanation, Mr. Brushel.
Well, that's the thing, you see. After you put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Measham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. His desk drawer? Yes, a stamp, a so-called postage stamp, end quote.
A stamp? Whatever for?
Well, to mail his letter, what else? And then, why, yes, I think I saw him put it in his letterbox. Yes, it was a yellow envelope, and he put it in that box.
Well, apparently, this yellow letter has nothing to do with the case.
Oh, how I wish it did. Just think if it were a suicide note, what a story! Star writes suicide note in front of reporter, false, end quote.
As I was saying, that has nothing to do with this case. That said...
Yes, Your Honor?
It makes me wonder about the contents of that red envelope. $100,000 is quite a good deal of money.
So, this was from 7 years ago, Ja. So, am I finished? Here, I mean. Am I finished here? Thinking of, going home to start writing. I hate to say what should be pretty obvious to anyone, but when you catch the scent of a story, you make that, rather unique face. Come on! Attorney has active imagination, little else, end quote.
Even I noticed something and my R's aren't what they used to be. You know, I'm starting to understand what all this perceiving stuff is about. Maybe I should open my eyes more. Oh god, it's bright!
Judge has active imagination. End quote.
Please continue with your testimony. Tell us about the scent of a story.
Hey, I'm the one asking the questions here. Usually. Actually, it took a bit of work to get a thumbs up on the interview. Reporter leverages story, gets his interview, end quote. The story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. That red envelope probably had something to do with it. Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare. Guys, I'm actually falling asleep in my chair. That is not good.
So you threatened to go to the press with this story? That's how you got your interview? Blackmail?
Well, yeah. I mean, no. It wasn't exactly black. I mean, I'm not.
Something wrong, Mr. Brushel?
Drink 17 cups of coffee, that should resolve it? You know what? That sounds good. Look, this is my story. My tidbit, journalistic info, livelihood, end quote.
I see.
Well, you have me chatting away in here. What's going on out there? What if Wally Wordsworth or Sally Scooper gets wind of my story? They could be going to press while I'm going to waste.
The court feels your pain, Mr. Brushel. Mr. Justice, let's pick up the pace.
A certain case 7 years ago. Wait, 7 years ago? Take a drink of coffee and wonder if someone poisoned you? Nah, couldn't be. The victim, Drew Measham, had an aversion to reporters? Boy, I guess not even my considerable charms did much for him. Until I finally got my thumbs up, that is. Maybe you can elaborate on that a bit for us. Reporter leverages story, gets his interview, end quote. Exactly what sort of story was this? Oh, a little one like said. Nothing more, nothing less, nothing in between, end quote. I might have suggested I had a lead on this particular story, but I didn't threaten or cajole her in nothing, honest. So a suggestion was enough to get an interview. Mr. Measham must have been really wanting to keep it under wraps. Story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. A certain case 7 years ago? Tell us, what case? Let me say one thing, Mr. Attorney, and you can quote me on this. I can't talk about that case. Why not? It's about journalistic pride and staunchness and credibility and connections. Journalists reveal sources over his dead body, end quote. So what it'll be? Gonna strangle me? Damn it, don't tell no tales, Mr. Attorney! Why is it so hard to cross-examine these witnesses? He sounds pretty determined not to talk. Our chances of breaking his will aren't looking good. Red envelope probably had something to do with it. On the one hand, we have your story, and on the other, this letter. What makes you think the two are related? Oh, I was just saying it's possible. Call it reporter's intuition, end quote. Hey, I say a lot of things. You gonna pick all of them apart? Be my guest. All of them? No, just the incredibly suspicious ones.
I see. Anything else to add about Mr. Measham?
Give me a quick sec, guys. I gotta adjust my mic really quick. So what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare. Just how amazing was Mr. Measham's talent? Huh? Ooh, wee boy. I mean, hey, he's
a star, man, a star! The flow of this brush is like a great undulating river across the canvas. Artist paints light up a city like sun, end quote. This guy is full of wacky gestures, but that one just now was wackier than usual. He looks kind of nervous to me, Apollo. Definitely. I'm sensing something different than before here. Maybe it's time to bring out you-know-what. That just really left a bad taste in my mouth. It all makes sense. Nothing jumps out as ridiculous. I wonder what this story he's talking about is. Must have been good to get an interview with a famous recluse like that. Something powerful enough to drag Drew Measham out of hiding. I wonder. Maybe it had something to do with Mr. Measham's art. What am I supposed to look for here? Yeah, this would be a good PR opportunity for all y'all as I try and figure out what the hell his tell is. Maybe it has to do with the red envelope one? Hi, Sins Mage, how you doing? What the hell is your tell? How about that new Ace Attorney collection? Really awesome. I can't believe we're finally getting Investigations 2 localized. That's still crazy. How subtle is this tell?
I'm getting like eye strain from seeing this over and over again. Wants to feel exactly like Apollo? What, like be able to like strain your eye to the point of like popping a vessel? What the hell is your tell? You need help figuring out what part to stare at? Sure. I'll be real, I'm only accepting it because I'll be real, I actually almost passed out just now. I'm getting a little tired. Last statement. I figured it was the last statement. You saw it for a brief moment? You saw it twice? Nick, you got so close to missing it because I almost ended the stream early. I almost ended the stream like early, like an hour ago. But yeah, hope work was good, Nick. You actually opened it during your break? Okay. What the frick is this guy's tell? Is it literally the way he's talking? Is it literally his mouth? I refuse to believe it's literally his mouth. Oh man, I can tell you were lying because you were opening your mouth to talk. You want to say something vague? Okay. I'm not even close.
What am I looking for here? Is it the toothbrush? I don't think it's the toothbrush, is it? Because he pulls out the toothbrush here, too. Do you need the sentence fragment? You know what? Nameless, type out your hint. I'm not gonna read it. Mods will decide whether or not they delete it. What would make this man as repulsive as possible? Why am I trailing the camera downward? That is not his face. I want to vomit. That is disgusting. That is so gross! Ew!
Gotcha!
I didn't need to see that! Sweat much, Mr. Brushel? Ah! Because I'm not looking to see pit stains out of this freak! A man can't help his glands, you know? It's more than that. When Mr. Misham's talent was mentioned, he suddenly began to sweat buckets. Ah! You're hiding something about his talent! What? That's ridiculous! Evidence time. Let's show where Mr. Misham's true talents lay. It just so happens I have the evidence to prove the talent mentioned in that letter.
Take that!
I can't help but wonder, what's the court supposed to conclude? What? I'm not supposed to present the fake thing? What? What do you mean that wasn't the right evidence? Other than you've made a horrible mistake? Man burns bridge, forgets to cross first, end quote. Let's try that again. All I have to do is reveal what Mr. Misham really was. It shouldn't be so hard, right? Is it not the fake painting? I guess it's not the paintings. I don't present the letter, do I? I don't think so. How do I prove that he's a forger? Mind if you speak up? Yeah, what's up, Bermsai? I thought the paintings were the evidence.
It is the painting you misclicked. What? Wait. What did I select then? What did I accidentally select?
Take that!
No, I definitely selected painting this time. Are you sure about that? I 1,000,000,000% did that. Do I have to present the real painting? It's specifically the... Why this one specifically? Yeah, I presented landscape.
Take that!
Okay, so it's not this one. Are you fucking serious? Do I just present the hidden painting? Why? I feel like this is so...
Take that!
I feel like I legitimately feel like any of those paintings should have worked. I don't know why he had to specifically present this one. I get the idea. I think the idea is that, oh, you show the original and you compare it with the other one, but I feel like any of those should have worked. I know in previous Ace Attorney games, you can give like 2 different evidence to count for the same idea. I don't understand why they couldn't do it that here. This is your favorite? Well, we all know how your writing skills are, maniacal. Okay, that's a little mean. This painting was found in Mr. Meesham's studio. There are 2 problems with this painting. The first is that it wasn't painted by Mr. Meesham. The second is that there was another painting in the studio, which looked exactly like this one, except it was only half done. Then we had a letter discussing a payment of $100,000, which suggests a certain business operation. The business of making forgeries! I don't know why you wanted to keep this hidden. Like, there's actually no reason that you had to keep this hidden. That actually makes 0 sense. Because, okay, let's think about this here. Let's actually, you know what? I'm going to take a moment to break out writer limit right now. Because, you know what? I feel like I don't break out writer limit that often. Because usually the writing is good enough that I don't have to comment on it. But, like, here's the thing. It's his scoop. Sure. But the problem is, if he lies to the gallery, he is going to be he's going to go to jail for perjury. Where's his scoop then? Oh man, I'm sure the jailers are going to totally allow him to publish articles while in jail, right? If he's going to break the news himself, he has, like, and I'm pretty sure in most trials, this kind of information is kept private, right? Reporter writes articles from jail and mails it to his news office, end quote. Both of you assume anyone in Japanifornia is in it for perjury, I guess. That is all, Your Honor. Oh god, his back spray! Oh god! Why does his back spray look so deformed? Ugh!
Everyone, please, everyone! Can we keep this private, please? This is my story! My scoop!
Forgery, that's a serious crime.
The true Misham is known as an artist these days, but there were rumors he dabbled in another kind of art until a few years back.
Another art meaning forgery?
True Misham was talented, alright. Talented at making precise, detailed fakes. I think from all this you can tell why the chat was like scream when Brushel was mentioned. Fair enough. The problem is most writers care about breaking the story than justice. No, that doesn't matter. No. That's not, it's not about justice in this case, Mage. It's more about the case of, oh, hey, am I going to get punished for this? Considering how often Ace Attorney keeps mentioning perjury is a crime, they sure don't punish it all that often. In which case, I feel like that's a failure on the writing team. Fact that certain criminal elements were quick to discover. Criminal elements? What? You can't seriously be talking about... Exactly, I'm talking about forging evidence. Honestly, Maniacal, I'll take your word for it because I did hear Dishnet talking about how much they actually do enjoy Brushel as a reporter. I don't know. I'm waiting and seeing on it personally. You actually really liked him? I don't know, man. I'm just waiting and see. He's not doing anything to impress me as a person. He's got few funny quotes. No, I agree. He's had a few funny quotes. I'll give him that. I still have a ton of case left. Like I said, I'm waiting. Exactly, I'm talking about forging evidence. The rumor started circulating 7 years ago.
7 years ago? So are to understand that this letter, this payment of $100,000 was for...
Exactly. Forged evidence, nets tidy profit, end quote.
Order! Why, it's like our victim was living a double life!
Aha, this is my chance. So the victim had ties to the criminal world, right? He could have had plenty of enemies we know nothing about. You've already seen most of what Bruchel has to say, end quote. So Maniacal was misleading on that. Okay, sure. Yeah, I'll be real. I'm not really impressed with Bushel. All he's reminding me is more of those selfish witnesses that we already seen, really. He hasn't really done anything to endear me. This is my first time hearing of this criminal world. We certainly found no criminal connections when we conducted our investigation.
Objection!
You weren't charmed by his pit stains? You know, color me surprised, but I wasn't. But how do you explain all this money? You have to admit there's a possibility of some illegal activity here.
Objection!
That's 2 objections, by the way. I think that was 3 objections in a row just now. Yeah. But there's no proof tying this letter to our case. Our case was and remains simple from the beginning. Only the defendant could have poisoned that mug that night. Alright, I think my mods had to step away. Hang on, I got it. Or, you know, I can totally not spell objection correctly. There we go. And you, of course. Hey, the only thing I poison is my pen when I'm writing reviews!
Mr. Bushel, your testimony to this point has been quite unreliable. It doesn't speak well of your reporting acumen.
What are you talking about? My journalism is rock solid. Journalism so solid you can stand an elephant on it. End quote.
In any case, let's hear a summarized recap of our testimony.
I honestly would be more impressed by... Okay, you know what? I'll say this. If Bushel is actually such an amazing reporter, I feel like a really good way to establish that with audiences would be showcasing some of his writing. But unfortunately, they don't. They don't even give us a news article of his writing in our court record. I feel like that would have been a golden opportunity to showcase his reporting skills, and we can see for ourselves how good of a reporter he is. But we don't. All we get is, oh hey, another unreliable witness who hides a lot of shit because of his own greedy reasons. I don't know. It just feels like he's any old witness I've seen so far. Well, any old witness in terms of this game.
Let's hear a summarized recap of your testimony.
That's just Ace Attorney? No, not entirely. No, that's not true. I'll tell you why. In other Ace Attorney games, usually people are hiding information because, like, they would get in trouble for it. Whereas in, like, a lot of witnesses in this game, a lot of people just don't say anything because of their own selfish reasons that doesn't have to do with the case at large. There's witnesses that have to be more nobler motives. Not even that. It's not even about nobler motives. Like, I remember there were so many, like, witnesses in previous games where they're all like, oh, I can't reveal this information because otherwise I will be the one who gets accused for murder. And then, like, versus stuff like, oh, I can't reveal this information because I am under strict ruling by the prosecutor not to give this information. Like, there are valid reasons for that. For a lot of cases in this game, a lot of witnesses are like, oh, hey, I don't want to reveal that I was taking panties because, like, oh, people think I'm creepy. Oh, I don't want to reveal that, I don't want to reveal that, oh, shoot, what was it? I'm trying to think of what, like, the testimony was for case 3. Who was the one who was giving weird testimonies I didn't like in case 3? Fifth Amendment? Yeah, true. There is a Fifth Amendment. That's fine. I get it. Like, Fifth Amendment is valid. It's just for a game setting wherein you're trying to get information from people. A lot of the times it's like they're just going to rewrite their own histories for own greedy purposes in this game. It's really frustrating as someone who's trying to get that information. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm okay with them withholding information, stuff like that, for if they have, like, good reasons for it. But for this instance, like, I don't see any really good reason for it aside from selfishness. Yeah, exactly. Like Gaddy said, a lot of witnesses in the first Ace Attorney game withheld major information because of specific instructions from Edgeworth. Exactly. There are too many criminals in this game to count on anyone to actually give any information on anything. Like, yeah. Concealing measurement is a good reason. No, I'm trying to think there was another reason for it that was also bothering me during the time period. I'm trying to remember exactly what Wesley said that was bothering me a lot. Would you want to be called a pervert? Oh, I'm already a pervert. Everyone knows that in my chat. Welcome to my stream. Like, I think I get called a pervert literally every single stream I do. It's true. Even my mods agree. I'm just saying that, like, I think I think my real issue with this game, honestly, is that... Okay. I feel like I'm making excuses at this point. Now, really admit that.
Pervert. Ludi limit.
Thank you for 69 bits, Wolf. Much appreciated. But yeah, well, I think my real issue, if I were to be honest about this, I just feel like a lot of these witnesses aren't very endearing to allow me to allow for their excuses to slide. Like, it might just be me, but I feel like a lot of the witnesses in this game just don't have a lot of endearing qualities to them to make me find them charming with the fact that they'd be like, oh, hey, I'm not going to tell you the truth, or I'm withholding information, or whatever. From a writing perspective, a lot of times these characters just feel like assholes or unpleasant characters. There's not really, or even worse, boring. Like the murderer of Case 2. She was so goddamn boring. There was nothing interesting about her whatsoever. That case, honestly, what like a big issue with that case was just like how unpleasant or boring the characters were. I think the only character I really liked from that case was Eldoon. Eldoon was a great character. To be fair, in anime, being a pervert makes you a wise mentor to the main character. And I really hate that trope. Like, I'm sorry if it seems like I'm going down, really harsh on this game, but man, the more I think about this game, the more I'm just, like, frustrated with it. Because, like, there are so many times where I know, like, I can present evidence correctly and it doesn't count, even though it feels like that evidence should have counted in the situation that happened. Don't get me wrong, I make mistakes a lot of time. I'll freely admit I'm not the smartest person in the world. I will freely admit I sometimes overlook stuff, and we've established that during the streams. But there are so many times where it's like, oh, you have to present this one specific evidence, even though this other piece of evidence would have functioned just as well in any other Ace Attorney game where you can present two different pieces of evidence to count towards the same overall statement. Maniacal, I'm not the only one who feels this way, to be clear. Like, I did do research into this game. This is a lot of people's least favorite Ace Attorney game. If anything, I have a common opinion. You have the niche opinion. No offense. That's perfectly fine if you have the niche opinion. I'm just saying that my opinion is pretty common. But yeah, I'm just like, this game just bothers me a lot with its character writing.
If we can ascertain the situation in the studio from the recap, the trial is over.
You know what, Maniacal? You know what else I think is a good game? Oh man, I sure do think Zelda's Adventure is a really good game. Like, everybody hates it, but I think it's a good game. That sure is your opinion, Maniacal, and that sure is my opinion. I guess my point is, what I'm trying to say is, you can have your opinions. But no, I know. That's what I'm saying. No, I'm not saying this game is as bad as Zelda's Adventure. I'm just saying, you can't say this is a good game. Like, because objectively, there is no such thing as quote-unquote good games. Because that's ultimately a very subjective thing to say. So, like, I don't want to even say this is good or bad, because that'd be too objective about it. Poro 2 is the objectively best digital media ever. You know what? Fair enough, Nameless. Apollo, what's he talking about? The cross-examination showed Mr. Bruschel didn't have Bruschel didn't have any reason or means to poison him. As long as there's no other suspects, then the killer had to be Vera. That's what. This next testimony is our last chance.
Mr. Brushel, your testimony, please.
Maniacal, I'll be real. It feels like you're more interrogating me for my opinions, and I don't think I appreciate that. So, chill out. The only other person in the studio that night was the defendant. It was Vera who poured the coffee. She admitted as such herself. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during that interview was that mug. And nothing left that studio after he died. Nothing. Clearly, the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter. A nice testimony, clear, succinct, and without room for doubt. Aw, shucks, you really think so?
I believe this clarifies the situation that night. Very well, Mr. Justice, you may begin your final cross-examination.
Right. I will be clear on this, chat. I'm okay with you guys questioning my opinions on stuff. That's perfectly fine. But it's honestly but I'll be real, Maniacal, your comments made me feel bad because it's like, oh man, how can you not like this masterpiece of game that I enjoy so much? Clearly you are having issues with the game because it's your own personal issues. And I'm like, okay. So yeah, I'd rather you back off a little bit, Maniacal. I'm going to be real. It's getting a little annoying. Going to be real honest on that. I still have one trump card left to play, and I won't let this trial end until I use it. The interview, a recap. The only other person in the studio that night was the defendant. But that doesn't prove Vera poisoned him.
Objection!
You also don't want this discussion flooding the chat? Yeah, honestly, a little bit. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm okay with having a discussion on the quality of games because I find that super fascinating. But when it becomes a discussion on character, like, I'm down for, oh, I want to, like, what you perceive things, but I'd rather have more intellectual conversations of what, like, the game actually does or doesn't do, as well as, like, general things surrounding the game, rather than, like, specifically people. Like, I mean, you can also be all like, oh, hey, I like this game because, like, I like cute people. That's entirely valid. I can't argue with that. But, like, if it becomes a thing of, like, questioning other people on, like, oh, hey, you didn't like this game because you have negative feelings about the game. Well, no goddamn shit, I'm not gonna like a game because I felt bad about it. If you have to give this game one thing, the first case seems super strong compared to most of the series. That was a great intro. No, I actually agree. I think the first case was actually really good. I actually enjoyed the first case a lot, which is why I was like, oh, the second case is kind of boring. Because I kind of figured it out pretty quick, honestly. And I honestly kind of figured out the third case fairly quick, too. The gimmick that everyone is a scumbag in the first case felt kind of unique. Yeah, it was interesting. And then it kept happening and stopped being interesting. No, I agree with you, Nameless. How many times have we heard that one, Forehead? The poison reached its victim via that coffee mug. And from where did that coffee come from? Not to beat a dead horse again and again, perhaps you could fill us in. I'm on it! You need a horse beat? I'm your man! Game went steadily downhill after Case 1 in your opinion. Case 2 was inoffensive. Case 3 had a lot of annoyances that got partial repairs from the HD collection adding skip bonuses. Oh god, don't even get me started. Like being able to skip a lot of the replays of that video, I can't even imagine how bad it must have been on the original DS.
Hold it!
And you witnessed her pouring the coffee. Of course I witnessed it. When she came in with that tray, the coffee was already poured and steaming. Let us not forget the defendant has admitted to pouring the coffee herself. I heard her statement. I poured, I served, and I killed. What? Did she actually say that? What? That last part was just a little joke. Do not give me a heart attack like that, Clavier. I don't think I'm going to get anywhere with this coffee mug. I need to find another weak spot in this case. Detective Pikachu 2 was the best detective game ever. Watching Mac and Cheese trigger Pikachu's divorce PTSD was— Wait, that actually happened? I'll say this, Clavier is kind of a breath of fresh air, even if it does make him a little boring. I think Clavier is actually really interesting to be such an accommodating prosecutor compared to the other prosecutors we had. I feel like the only issue is that kind of makes him a little bland.
Hold it!
You sure about that? Well, to be really, really precise, I was busy gobbling mint candies the whole time. One of those candies might have been poisoned. And yet, at the time of the autopsy, no fresh fragrance of mint filled the room. And no mint residue was found. It was a long shot anyway. Don't tell me you're still trying to prove this. You think the victim ate, drank, or otherwise ingested something other than coffee?
Well, Mr. Justice, if you have some proof.
The possibility is there. I can feel it. Just maybe not prove it. What do you mean? We got the stupid tiny frame. Impossibility isn't going to cut it. Not now. I mean, to be fair, that's more of an Ace Attorney thing in general. Misham ingested that poison via a route other than the coffee. I'll hold off for a bit. It's can't be proven. I do believe a little forehead is growing up. Pity, we like the less useful forehead best. Another hole in this case that needs plugging before I can prove anything. But first things first, I better uncover a weak spot before I try to strike again.
On with the
And
cross-examination.
nothing left the studio after he died. Nothing. Not one thing? You're sure? Yep, sure as can be. Well, with one exception.
One exception? What?
Journalistic spark Brushel does interview, leave studio, end quote. Come on! It's a joke, get it? Not funny, I know, but still. Did something leave the studio that night? Why does that sound familiar? Where have I heard something like that before?
Now that we've proven our witness is a comedian of sorts, I'd like to turn to our defense attorney before returning to the testimony. Do you have any idea what, if anything, might have left the studio that night?
Just one thing. I think one thing might very well have left the studio that night, actually. A certain something that has vanished from the crime scene.
By which you mean something other than our witness?
Of course. Don't tell me, Vera Bisham. Believe me, any comic relief I may provide is entirely unintentional.
Then let's see what you got for us, Mr. Justice.
Well, this thing wasn't at the scene of the crime, so I can't show it to you. But I do have evidence that shows how it could have been taken from the scene. Oh, for the love of God, please tell me I'm right. I do not want to reset. I find Prosecutor Gavin more amusing than this guy, really. If that was comic relief, why do I feel not amused?
We want to.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? It has atroquinin on it, and it's missing a photo. What do you mean that wasn't it? I read his script again. No! That's enough. I see no need of further. Wasn't this a jury trial? Yes. Yes, it was. Shouldn't the jury declare her guilty? Apparently not. Okay. If it's not the tiny frame, what the hell was taken from the scene? I'm going to assume the red... Okay, here's my theory.
What?
Whoa, that was weird. Did you guys see that glitch? It was giving me a black screen for a moment. That was weird. Oh, right, the yellow letter. I guess that counts.
Take that!
I don't know. I feel like both could have worked in that instance, but what do I know? This is the only link between the studio and the outside world.
A letterbox?
What did Mr. Brushel just tell us? When he entered the studio on the night of the murder, the victim had just finished writing a letter. I forgot about that, actually. Yeah, that was back before the discussion about the quality of Apollo Justice. Yeah, I said that, and yeah, it was true. Furthermore, you went on to tell us that you put the letter in a yellow envelope and put it in the letterbox. But that very same letterbox was empty. In other words, that night, the yellow envelope disappeared.
Objection!
Ah, yes, intriguing. So an envelope has disappeared from the scene of the crime. Of course, this changes nothing. Huh?
He has a point, Mr. Justice. What we're trying to figure out here is how the poison got into Mr. Measham. It's really important that this envelope the witness says he saw disappeared.
Yeah, see? This is what I'm talking. Okay, I need to talk about this here. Like, the game kept on talking, oh, hey, we need to figure out how it got into Measham, while also talking about, like, the thing that was taken. Considering how this frame is literally missing a picture and it has traces of the deadly poison atroquine, I feel like this was set up so perfectly for that. I don't like. Am I wrong in the lead up into the presentation of the evidence? Like I'm legitimately. Like, I will freely admit, maybe I'm being stupid here, but chat, I would appreciate some insight on that. Like, don't give spoilers, obviously, but like, considering the progression was talking about how did we get atroquine into, like, the victim, like, your first logic would think, oh, something that was taken from the scene that involves atroquine. So your first thought would be the tiny frame, right? You simply thought about it in a different order from the writing staff. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, considering, like, here's the thing. The writing staff needs to accommodate for the reader.
So, considering the scene leading into how, oh, we're talking about the, like, hang on. Like, yeah. Right here, this is the big sticking point. What we're trying to figure out here is how the poison got into Mr. Mishium. And we were also talking about what was taken from the scene of the crime. So obviously, you're going to think, oh, the poison combined with something missing. So the writers were leading into that direction. If they wanted to lean into the mailbox, they should have less focus on the fact that we're trying to figure out how the poison got from ingested by Misham. Like here, let me scroll up a little bit. Let me see here. Do you have any idea what, if anything, might have left the studio tonight? Just one thing. One thing that might very well have left that studio tonight concerning something that has vanished from the scene, something other than our witness, blah, 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 blah. Unfortunately, it's a little too far back now, so I can't showcase it, unfortunately, so I'm sorry about that. But, like, I am 90% sure that it was talking all about, like, how not Visham, what am I talking about here? Misham was leading into how he ingested it. I think I understand that, and it should be a compromise between the game designers and the writers. I think it's a problem where the gameplay seems flexible, where the story is not. Have a good night, Chaos. Thank you for hanging out. Too long, didn't read. Visual novels, going to visual novel. That's what I'm saying, though. Like, I'm okay with it being a straight line. I'm okay with that. I'm just saying the writers could have done a better job of establishing what they were trying to get across. Well, if it did disappear, then something did leave the studio that night. That seems very important to me. The best way to handle stuff like this is accept the evidence in either order. Reverse it if the player presents it the wrong way. No, I agree. I agree with that, Bermsai.
Very well then, the witness will add this to his testimony.
Like, here's the thing. I know this is not an Apollo Justice only thing. This is going through the entire Ace Attorney series. I'll freely admit, there were plenty of times where I jumped ahead on the script. I'm okay with that because sometimes I figure out things way too early. I'll admit that's just that's a personal issue, not a game issue. I just feel like this one instance, they didn't establish it well enough. Also, hey, Insert Joka, hope you're doing well.
Very well then, the witness will add this to his testimony.
You got it.
I still think this fails to change anything, Air Forehead.
I wouldn't be so sure.
A letter disappeared from the crime scene that night. This is exactly the opening I've been looking for.
A letter was put in the post from the studio, but I hardly think that matters. Remember when Square Enix tried and failed to add AI to a PC port of a classic detective game to circumvent the railroading issue? Like I said, I want to be clear again, I don't mind railroading. I legitimately don't. It's just, I wish the context was given better. Like, I feel like you guys are focusing on the railroading. That's not my issue. I don't mind the railroading. I wish the writing was written better to lead you into what they were trying to railroad. They didn't railroad it well enough.
Hold it!
Nothing could be more serious than an envelope disappearing from that studio. And you were hiding that fact from us.
Yeah, well, actually, I don't argue the possibility that a letter disappeared from that studio. But Air Forehead, isn't there a much more serious question before us?
Right. How Mr. Mishiam was poisoned, I know.
But Mr. Bushel, Bushel? Why do I keep on calling him Bushel? Mr. Bushel's testament has changed, which means the facts of the case have too.
And what he's told us means something entirely different now. I'm starting to think.
Let's keep thinking, Apollo. A letter was put in the post office from the studio, but I hardly think that matters.
Mr. Bush, holy shit, this case goes deep. Surprise! It was all behind the American president the whole time.
I wonder.
I think my head is jumping ahead on the case again, because I think I just realized what envelope got sent out, guys. The problem is I can't tie it into the case. At the moment, anyway.
Hang on, let me read the testimony again. The only other person in studio that night was the defendant. It was Vera who poured the coffee. She admitted as much herself. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview was that mug. A letter was put in the post from the studio, but I hardly think that matters. Poured the coffee, she admitted as much herself. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview was that mug. Letter was put in the post from the studio, but I hardly think that matters. Clearly, the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter. Is this a thing I present evidence on now, or do I... Maybe I should press this really quick. You say clearly as though it was obvious. But this claim that the defendant poisoned the victim is merely conjecture.
Yes, well, you see, in my business, it's all about making the most ridiculous things sound right. A bad habit, I know. Yes, well, actually, I guess this is more a case of ridiculous journalist sounds wrong, end quote.
The court is forced to agree with you. Please refrain from wild conjecture.
Understood, loud and clear.
If only I could believe that.
What do you think, Apollo? Everything he says seems not so flawed.
Well, that's kind of what you want from a testimony, really. I need to keep my eye on what matters. How and why was Drew Measham killed? Vera poured the coffee, that's not going to change, but if that coffee didn't kill him, I need to find what did and prove it.
Wait. Is the game trying to tell me that the coffee didn't kill Measham? Like, obviously not. We know this already. We know this because it was from, like, the poison on the coffee cup. We get that. I get that. But like, is that what the game is trying to express to me? Is the game thinking that, like, trying to tell me, oh, hey, we think the coffee was poisoned, and I'm supposed to be all like, no, the coffee wasn't poisoned? Is that the logic? Okay, now the real question is, which point do I present on? Do I present it on this one because he's accusing the daughter of poisoning him by poisoning the coffee? Or do I present it on this where it says Vera poured the coffee? Yeah, I can insert joke that all of that is rhetorical. Do not
answer my question. Like, do not answer my question unless I specifically say, hey, chat, actual question. Please and thank you.
Objection!
I'm gonna go for this. And that was wrong. Okay, it was either that one or the last one anyway.
Objection!
Or not? What? Huh. If that's not it, then what am I supposed to present on? Did everyone just develop amnesia? Didn't this case open with Clavier saying it was the cup? Okay, apparently I got misled, apparently. I keep thinking it's the tiny frame, but I don't know what I'm supposed to present it on. But I don't think that's actually the case because they're trying to argue like... What? Hang on, let me see what they said again. I need to keep my eye on what matters. How and why was Drew Measham killed? Very important coffee, that's not going to change. But if that coffee didn't kill him, I need to find what did and prove it. Wait, so are they... I think now I present the tiny frame? No. Because we're trying to figure out what didn't kill, like what killed him. Yeah, it's getting late. Throw out your tip, Bermsai. I don't understand this game anymore. Don't present anything?
Hold it!
So I'm supposed to press? You're sure about that? Well, to be really, really precise, I was busy gobbling mint candies the whole time. Skip, 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 skip. I wasn't supposed to present anything? I pressed everything, though. Guys, can I be honest with you guys on something right now? Through a combination of 1, I'm being extremely tired. 2, I'm feeling frustrated because of the discussion earlier. And 3, just like the overall, like, progress of the game. I feel like I'm forgetting so many details now, and this is actually affecting my enjoyment of this game a lot, and I'm sorry about that. I hope that's not affecting your guys' enjoyment of the stream. I will say that. I want to be clear on something. I don't want you guys to feel bad about the stream, or about the game, or even about me. I want to be able to present as fun a stream as possible for you guys, but I do get it when the streamer's not having fun, the audience isn't having fun, and I don't want to do that to you guys. So that's why I want to apologize to everyone right now. So I'm sorry if I'm not in the best mood right now, alright? So, yeah. You do understand what we need, ja? Proof, therefore, not possibilities. Of course, and Prosecutor Gavin, I hope you understand. I'm ready to give you that proof. What did you say? I have proof of the disappearing envelope. Oh, thank you, Wolf. I'm a little stressed out right now, but thank you, guys. So I'm writing a letter, I did!
Which was picked up by the mailman, I assume.
Of course, which means that the envelope had a stamp on it.
A stamp?
As we all know, stamps come from with dry glue on the back. In order to use that glue, you had to wet it by licking the stamp.
Objection!
Thank you guys. I really do. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't want this to be a pity party for me. I was just trying to say I'm sorry for being such a downer this stream. I don't like being a downer, you know? I generally like being optimistic and happy with stuff, you know? No one worth talking to actually licks stamps in this day and age.
Objection!
You tell me, Chad, do you guys still lick stamps when you mail stuff? Even if you wanted to talk to him, you couldn't. He's dead after all.
Objection!
Okay, so he licked the stamp. But wait, how does that explain the atroquinin on the rim of the coffee mug?
Objection!
You dip water on the stamp? See, I use like this like little sponge thing that has like a water thing attached to it. It's actually really cool. If he licked the back of a poison stamp, the poison would get on his tongue, yes? What would then happen if he put the coffee mug to his mouth then, Those traces on the mug weren't the killer's doing. It was the other way around.
What?
The coffee mug didn't poison Mr. Measham. Mr. Measham poisoned the coffee mug himself. Sorry, Gaddy.
Order, order, order! But that doesn't... does it?
Recall, if you would, atroquinin is a slow-acting poison, yes? The poison entered his body when he put on the stamp on that envelope. But his time wasn't up until the very moment he touched his lips to that cup of joe. But you don't mail enough to bother getting one. That's valid.
You have something to add, Mr. Brushel?
Oh, his nose is picking up another scent. As I mentioned earlier. Well, that's the thing, see? After he puts his letter in that envelope, Mr. Measham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. Yes, a stamp, a so-called postage stamp, end quote. But you know, I don't seem to remember him ever finding one.
Maybe he just run out.
Incidentally, we searched the desk drawer at the scene of the crime. There were no stamps, not a single one.
That does pose a problem. Will you prove that the stamp was coated with poison?
Well, to be fair, what if he used his last stamp? The killer made a very lucky guess. Actually, I'm glad no other stamps were found. It makes proving the stamp he used was poison possible. Good show. Good show. You can't even prove there was a stamp at the scene in the first place.
Well, let's hear what the defense has to say anyway. Where is your evidence that proves that the existence of this poison stamp?
Please tell me this counts? Is this it? Did I finally figure it out? I finally figured it out, thank God.
Well, that certainly is a cute little frame, and by little I mean really little.
It was on the victim's desk, Your Honor. Quite empty, as you can see for yourself. I noticed that too during my investigation, so what? So, apparently you weren't as observant as you should have been. You see, when you saw this frame, it was missing something quite important.
Missing something?
Yes, a pale bluish stain on the inside of the frame. Atroquinin residue! What? Why wasn't I told about this? The frame is only 2 inches square. The face of the frame is even smaller. Maybe an inch wide at most. Maybe you should have zoomed in on it rather than having to be pulled out again when you couldn't find anything. You aren't saying. Oh, but I am. Tell me, what fits in such a small frame? A commemorative stamp, perhaps?
Order, order, order! The poison stamp was in this frame?
Impossible.
Prosecutor Gavin?
Why would he put something like that on his desk? Don't tell me he had it there so he commits suicide if the mood struck. You know, can I say something? I had a thought, see?
What, Mr. Brushel? And please stop jittering around like that.
The victim was a forger, right? There's a lot of money in that line of work. Forger forges friends, makes enemies too, end quote. So the poison stamp might have been a murder weapon aimed at him.
Objection!
Yes, those are some sick licks on your air guitar. How rich. That's rich. Leave the ridiculous flights of fancy to the Cavalier song lyrics, please. Finally, something we agree on. The stamp was a murder weapon? Nonsense! Murder is a simple business. Who would go to such lengths? No one. Have you seen any of the previous Ace Attorney games? Yeah, Montaru! Did I say Montaru? Did I call you Montaru or Montaro? Either way. How you doing, guys? How was your stream of Bloodstained Ritual at Night? How far did you get in the Bloodless mode? Hi, Twister. Welcome in. I'm No Limit. I'm a variety streamer that plays through games that they never played before. We're currently going through Apollo Justice. We're in case 4, if you guys are wondering.
Accursed order, curse it.
All right. So, how far did you get, at least? Did you beat it? But yeah, if you gotta take care of any post-stream stuff, like, you know, get food, water, go rest, all that good stuff, do what you gotta do. No? Oh boy. Alright. I figured you were closer to the end since when I was watching your stream, it looked like you beat most of the bosses. Welcome to Apollo Justice. We are in pain and a witness belongs as an enemy in Bloodstained. True, though. You beat Alfred and explored a bit, but Alfred took so many tries. Yeesh, how long did it take? But yeah, good luck. But yeah, no worries. Thanks for the raid. Murder is such simple business. Oh. I disagree. Come again? Recall, if you would, the victim's reclusive lifestyle. Drew Misham hid from the world. He avoided meetings. His only contact with the outside world was the mail.
The mail?
Now, if you wanted to kill someone you couldn't meet, but you knew read letters, a stamp would be the perfect weapon. Ridiculous. Where's your proof? I want your proof! Show us evidence that this poison stamp was sent to him as a murder weapon. I might not have evidence per se, but things are finally starting to come together. And that sounds like a bad time, but so let's go save really quick. Almost an entire stream? Good lord, dude. You have a very cute PNG tuber? Aw, thank you, Twister. I really appreciate it. This was all done by my buddy, Phantom Skylar. It also got helped co-designed by Rosie, a friend of mine. What is it, Apollo? Your fists are trembling. I think I know what happened. I don't believe it, but I can see it. I can see it now. It's all within my reach. Endless possibility. I think I know how Mr. Misham was killed.
Well, fill us in, Mr. Justice.
A certain piece of evidence points to the truth, Your Honor. I can show you how someone with the intent to kill sent Mr. Misham the stamp of death. The letterbox? No, that wouldn't work because, like, the letter would already have stamps on it, and those are used up stamps. I don't think he would just use an existing stamp. And it wouldn't be the red envelope. Huh. You're starting to see the vision? Like, I don't think it would be the letterbox because the letterbox wouldn't have stamps in it. That's the thing, right? Like, okay, actual question for chat. Do you guys know whether or not, like, mail people would just randomly give you free stamps in the mailbox? I don't think they do that, right? I think you have to buy stamps. I've heard some people who taped the costs of postage instead of a stamp, but not mailmen just give free stamps. That's what I thought. I feel like... Huh. Okay. So, like... A random thought. What if, like... What if, like, Misham had to send out a painting, so they gave him the hidden painting with a roll of stamps? Is that the logic? I don't think it has to do with the red envelope. I feel like that's irrelevant at this point. I don't think anyone gives you postage for free. Yeah, I don't think so either. But how do you get postage? Like, the only logic I can think of that would result in you getting postage would be, like, getting, like, being someone sending you the postage for it, right? Unless you have a very nice post person, you have to buy them to yourself. That's what I thought, Twister. You're going to be kicking yourself over the answer to this. You can feel it. But here's the thing. Okay, let's go over this over the evidence. The attorney badge is my badge. The magic ticket show, like, that's irrelevant at the time period at the moment because, like, it doesn't have anything to do with, like, presenting mail. The Granbury envelope is an envelope, but it's also kind of irrelevant at the current time as well. Vera's, like, business card also doesn't really do anything at the moment. The coffee cup is mostly just saying it's a slowly deadly poison attracting cup in the cup in the rim. There's not much to say here. The red envelope found in the victim's desk drawer contains 2 sheets of writing paper. Maybe there was postage inside of the red envelope? Maybe? And it was opened. We know it was open, but it only contained letters as far as we can tell. The hidden painting isn't really notable at the moment. The letterbox would not contain stamps. Heck yeah, red envelope. Oh my god, it actually was inside the envelope, wasn't it?
Isn't...
Oh my god, wait a second. Let me read this. I am so mad at myself right now. I completely forgot about that. In the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp. Oops. That's on me.
Isn't this the envelope, the one from 7 years ago?
Think about the text of the letter again. There were 2 pages in the envelope. This is page 1. And this is page 2. I want to draw your attention to one phrase in particular. Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. The enclosed stamp, Your Honor. In other words, if I had to have this straight, the stamp, poison, on the stamp, lick, lick, grasp. End quote. Now, what if he had done exactly what the letter asked? He would sign the document and put it in the envelope and put the stamp on it, right? Then he would put it in his letterbox. 15 minutes wouldn't have elapsed between affixing the stamp and mailing the letter. But the clock started ticking, and when the time came, he drew his last breath. And the murder weapon would be taken away from the scene.
Quite conveniently, thanks to the postal system.
Lick, lick, grasp. Such a splendid imagination you have, Airforehead. Let me confirm one thing with you, if I might. So this poison stamp was inside this envelope from 7 years ago. Is that what you have us believe? Really? Well... It is a little bit of a stretch, but there is a possibility. I mean, is there a half-life on the poison? Like, does it have a shelf life or anything like that? Yes, a very small possibility. How small, I wonder? A poison stamp in this envelope, a stamp that then became the murder weapon. How do you intend to prove this seeming coincidence? Well, it was 7 years ago and we don't even know who sent that letter. And your answer is silence, I see. Very well. I move to... It's not nice to pick on the Fraulein Clavier. What? What are you doing here? What? I thought you were in jail for murder. Why is happy music playing here? What? Where'd you come from? Emma? Well, like my Christoph Gavin impression, did I sound like him? I was about to say, what are you... What? Don't quit your day job. Don't you have a crime scene to be looking after, Fraulein Detective? Someone had to come dig you out of this mess you're making of this... this mess you're making of this case. Mess. You know, none of this would happen if you just trusted in science a little more. You can find out if that stamp was in that envelope easy. Care to explain yourself to Fraulein Detective? Glare at me all you want, but science is on my side. It's all in the residue, right? That's right, the poison detection spray.
Produce a red envelope at once. You can open it on the authority of the court.
Oh, hello.
Well, would you look at that?
No mistaking it. That's anthraquinone residue. Isn't that shit so poisonous that even the residue could kill you? Yep.
I don't believe it. A murder weapon from the past. Now, 7 years later, it bears its fangs at last.
Man, talk about a shelf life of 7 years.
Objection!
Absolutely outrageous. Tell me why. Why didn't this murder take place 7 years ago? Well, there's one possibility. Maybe Mr. Misham figured it out.
Figured what out?
He realized that the person who sent the letter wanted him dead, so he sent his reply with a different stamp.
And put his decisive evidence in a frame. You're still here?
Can I make a statement here on the record? Yeah, as soon as you stop groping your boobs, jeez. I spark razor tooth brushel. No one calls you that. Claim this scoop as mine. Drew Misham killed in cold blood by sender of 7-year-old letter, end quote. No, maybe something more succinct. Star falls after 7-year delay, end quote.
Order, order, order! I see no room for further argument here. Though I admit this is all coming as quite a shock. To think that the murder weapon reached his mouth after 7 years. Stamp his ticket straight to afterlife, end quote.
Uh-oh, I think the witness is a bad influence on our judge.
I see no need for further debate on this matter. The sender of that letter 7 years ago could hardly be our defendant.
Apollo! I think we just won. Well, this was an easy case.
Very well, this court finds the defendant.
Javier, what do you got? Is this the bright future of our legal system?
Prosecutor, Gavin?
A ticket to the afterlife from 7 years ago. Tickets for Gavin's show are invalid after 2 weeks.
But it doesn't make sense any other way.
Are we about to find out the shelf life of the poison or not? If he figured out the stamp was poisonous, why did he use it now? That is also a good point, Sins Mage. That's a good question. It boggles my mind that so many people haven't noticed this. There's a fatal contradiction in Airforehead's claim. A contradiction? Man, is this what it's like when we get to investigations? A poison stamp was placed in this envelope 7 years ago, whereupon it was framed until now. If that was the case, then why would Drew Misham have done what he did? Emma explained that. He must have realized it was poisoned. Therein lies the rub. 7 years ago, the forger Drew Misham sensed a trap and put the stamp in a frame. I do not debate this, but this begs the question, why 7 years later did he use that stamp on the night of the murder? Surely you don't mean to suggest that Mr. Misham simply forgore? He put the murder weapon in a frame on his desk for 7 years, and forgore? You expect us to believe he sprang the trap on himself? Oh man, if you ever wanted to see Apollo have a breakdown, there you go. He forgore.
While I admit this is all quite shocking myself, it does seem highly unlikely that he would fall afoul of a trap that had been sitting on his desk for 7 years.
Apollo! I don't think we're winning anymore. I'm glad that we're all back in the real world now. Welcome back to reality. We've been waiting for you. Okay, then how do you explain the poison stamp that was in this envelope? A poison stamp? Where exactly is this poison stamp again? Have you brought it to court for us? I see no proof that such a thing ever existed. Javier, what do you want from me? We literally proved it was inside of the envelope. What do you mean it never existed?
Objection!
What about the anthraquin residue, huh? Oh, I agree. That does seem to be anthraquinin residue. But Airforehead, it's certainly no stamp. The Dark Age of Law! Yeah, but... Even if your precious poison stamp did exist, Drew Misham never would have used it. I mean... fair enough on that one. That is all. Ugh.
I believe we've come to a conclusion. Again.
So where's the jury? Aren't they supposed to decide who's guilty and innocent or not?
Apollo, were we wrong the whole time?
I can't believe it. The poison traces matches up. It can't be coincidence.
I'd like to bring some closure to this issue sometime this year.
No kidding. It's almost 1 a.m.
Mr. Justice,
Yes, Your Honor.
let us review the facts and see where we stand. 7 years ago, Drew Mishim received a red envelope. There were traces of the poison anthraquinone on the document inside that envelope. A similar trace was also found at the crime scene, on this tiny picture frame. The defense has indicated the possibility of a yellow envelope. An envelope that left the scene of the crime with the poison stamp on it.
Yes, but even if this envelope contained a poison stamp, and Drew Misham, knowing this, put it on a frame, he never would have used that stamp.
I'm afraid you're right. Which means there is a fatal flaw in the defense's case.
I haven't been on the wrong track this whole time, I'm sure of it. The trace of anthraquinone, the envelope, the frame, and Drew Misham's mysterious death. They're all connected somehow.
Well, Mr. Justice, you have a conclusion for us?
The defense stands by its case, Your Honor. Yeah, I feel confident. That's why I'm creating a save point, just to prove how confident I am. Just request a mail system to find a letter. Yeah, legally we can do that. We've seen that the logical outcome of the evidence makes no sense, which means that one of our clues must be a fake. Guh? Ah, fake clue, fascinating. And if we find this fake, your wild fantasies will prove quite reasonable, yeah. The fake clue that's thrown us off the poison's trail is none other than... Why is Drew Misham a part of the evidence? I'm gonna go with Drew Misham.
The victim was a fake clue? I'm afraid I don't understand.
When it comes to Ace Attorney, always go for the wild choice answer. I'll explain. We have an envelope, a frame, and a mug linked by poison. That all makes sense. What doesn't make sense is the victim himself. Congratulations, you've completely lost me. So the fake evidence is none other than the master of fake himself, the forger. That makes a good story, I'll give you that. The victim was 3 penguins in a trench coat. Oh man, I can't believe I fell for a Muppet Man. The fake clue. Ah.
I know that face. That's the I just had an idea face.
I don't know if I'm right, but I'm going with it anyway. What if our forger is the fake? Come again? 7 years ago, our forger sniffed a trap and stepped aside. 7 years passed. Now the forger stumbles into the very same trap and dies. Why?
That's what I want to know.
Because the forger who was killed was a What's with all these fake people running around? First a double of Le Miroir in the last case, and now this? I don't even think Phoenix bluffed this hard in court, right? Here we are again. The victim was a fake. One forger smelled the trap. One forger fell into the trap. That's 2 forgers, and one of them was a fake.
Order, order, order!
So you are telling us that Drew Misham, the victim, was a fake? Well, if he was the fake, who is the real forger? You better not be claiming there was some kind of switcheroo.
I'm afraid you're going to have to back up your story, Mr. Justice. Show us who the real Drew Misham was.
If Drew Misham wasn't the real forger, there is only one other person could have been. Understood, Your Honor. Forger Drew Misham was himself at a forgery. The real forger was... No way. There can be only one explanation, really. The real identity of the forger, known as Drew Misham, is none other than his only daughter, Vera Misham. It is Lord Forger. He is the fake forger. I mean, Lloyd. Yeah, Lloyd.
Mr. Justice, this is going out on a limb even for you.
I kind of agree. I mean, Vera, a forger?
Let's consider it before you write it off entirely. If you look at the paintings in the studio, one fact becomes clear. Forgery had been taking place in that studio for quite some time. The forger wasn't caught in that trap 7 years ago. This can only mean that the one who was caught in the trap wasn't the forger.
Well, actually, that does kinda make a certain sense.
One more thing. Only 2 sets of fingerprints were found on the forger's studio. Drew Misham's and Vera Misham's. If we know that Drew Misham wasn't the forger, that leaves only one possibility by process of elimination. The forger was Vera Misham. Well... And now I think the name pun is okay now? No? Yeah, no, the pun actually makes sense now. Oh my god, we are defending another criminal! What's with all these criminal defendants? Fascinating. So she just up and poisoned, stamped up, and never told her dad, hey, don't lick that, you'll fucking die? For real.
Vera Misham? You've been paying attention to the trial so far?
She's still a cutie, though.
Hey, it's fine if she's cute, right? For real.
Let's just ask her and be done with it, shall we?
Who are you?
Who is the forger, Drew Misham? Oh, look at her! How can you hate that? At least she's not a murderer.
Was that an expression of emotion I saw on her face? She's staring holes in Prosecutor Gavin's face.
I'm used to being stared at by Frauleins, believe me. Though they usually talk to me too. Tell us, where were you the one who forged those works of art? Yes.
So the forger Drew Misham was... you?
Aw, big sad cry face! Yes, it was me.
What? What?
Good night, Nameless.
The core was in an uproar and it wasn't coming down. We had to break for a 10-minute recess.
Oh man, right as Nameless leaves, right as we hit the continue. There we go. Now I can comfortably end the stream. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to figure out what this ties into for everything else in the future. But we'll worry about that another time. Everyone, thank you all for coming out tonight. I really hope you guys enjoyed the stream. So, I don't have my schedule set up because honestly, this whole week was kind of a bit of a flux with the schedule. So I'll be real. I wasn't entirely sure what my schedule is going to be, so I'm not going to have a physical schedule to present for you guys, but the next stream I'm going to be doing will be on Sunday. We're not going to be doing Apollo Justice though. We're going to be doing Paper Mario 1000 Year Door. Next Tuesday will be our next Ace Attorney stream. I might be streaming the Proton Smash Pit doubles tournament on Saturday. Might be streamed at Mez. We'll see how it goes, but I'll let you guys know. I'm going to be hanging out at Mayo's for Blood Tower tomorrow night.
Shouts to Mayo, by the way. Did you hear the Investigations 1 and 2 are coming out remastered? I did! I'm actually super excited about it, Joker. Oh yeah, Montaro's going to be there too. I'm also going to be around at... is it going to be Fury's stream? I forget who's streaming it. If Fury is streaming it, but yeah. I don't know if Secret Fury is going to be streaming. It will be Fury stream. Okay, Secret Fury is going to be streaming Blood on Clock Tower as well, and it is her birthday, so it's going to be on Friday. So how about you guys go wish her birthday wishes on Friday? I'm going to be hanging out there as well. So yeah, next normal stream for me will be on Sunday. If there's any changes to the schedule, though, y'all can follow me on Twitter at NoLimit42, where I post stream updates and general shenanigans. Alternatively, y'all can hit up the Discord server, where we talk about anything and everything. We're a very friendly bunch there, and we're always welcome to any new faces. We also do movie nights in there every Monday night at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're finally finishing the Disney Marathon. We're going to be watching the 2 latest animated movies by Disney. Strange World and Wish. If you guys want to check that out, consider hitting up the Discord server where we host it. I also have a Throne account. Y'all never have to buy me anything, but it exists if you want to. Yeah, that's about it for now. If you guys have any raid messages in mind, let me know. I'm going to find ourselves a raid target. Man, Xeno is straight up ending. Unbelievable. Is Star streaming? It doesn't look like Star is streaming. Who to go for? I could go for Junie. It's been a while since we last raided her. Sure. We'll be raiding with this. If you guys have the emote or subscribed and have access to the emote, I would appreciate the raid with it. If not, it's all good. We'll be raiding Genie Bug. It looks like she's almost done with the remake of Crisis Core. How about you guys go give her all the love? She is very cute bunny girl, and we should always support our friends. Until next time, everybody. I'll catch y'all later. Stay safe, take care of yourselves, and remember, love always. Have a good night, everybody.